Wonderful. We'll get started with today's Community Services Committee meeting for Tuesday, June 27th, 2023. Before we get started, I do want to acknowledge that Ottawa is located on the unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe Nation, whose culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. We do have regrets from Councillor DesRoches. I will ask the committee coordinator to now call the roll.
Councillor Brown.
Here.
Councillor Carr.
Here.
Councillor DesRoches. Councillor Hill.
Present.
Councillor Kavanagh.
Present.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor Lowe.
Here.
Councillor Plount.
Ici.
Councillor Troster.
Here.
Vice Chair Bradley.
Here.
Chair Dudas.
Je présent.
You have quorum, Chair.
Thank you very much, Eric. Before we get started today, we do have a ceremonial presentation. And avant de passer à notre ordre du jour, nous avons droit à une présentation spéciale. We are joined today by Merrick Holk, Lifeguard Manager of the Life Saving Society. Merrick is here to present awards to the City of Ottawa Life Saving Program. Welcome, Merrick. Please proceed. The floor is yours.
He's just coming online now, Chair.
Chair Dudas, committee members, and other members in attendance today, good afternoon. On behalf of the Royal Lifesaving Society Ontario Branch, President Jennifer Knights, I am thrilled to present the City of Ottawa with 2 awards this afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to present. The Jocelyn Palm Cup, that's the smaller trophy on screen with me, was inaugurated in 1980 and named in honor of the Society's first Ontario and National Executive Director. The Jocelyn Palm Cup is presented to the affiliate making the most outstanding contribution to the National Lifeguard Service. The City of Ottawa demonstrated its continued commitment to the development of future and current national lifeguards. The city has supported drowning prevention initiatives throughout the city, as well as providing financial support for their life-saving programs to ensure that everyone has access to participate through the hand-in-hand subsidy program. The city continues to foster a culture of ongoing professional development through the head lifeguard workshops and pleasure craft training for supervised waterfronts. The city promotes Junior Lifeguard Club at the waterfront and organizes in-house competitions to reach out to youth in the community. On behalf of the Lifesaving Society Ontario President and Board of Directors, the Society presents the Jocelyn Palm Cup for the 3rd year in a row to the City of Ottawa. Ottawa is recognized for its continued commitment to the development of current and future national lifeguards through professional development opportunities and community outreach to attract Ottawa's youth. Congratulations.
Thank you so much, Merrick. It looks like 3 times is a charm, apparently, for the City of Ottawa. On behalf of the city, it is such an honor to receive this recognition. We are so proud to have an innovative first-rate program serving the residents of Ottawa. I'd like to take a moment and just share a few examples of our city staff's excellent work over the last year. In 2022, almost 800,000 people attended the city's free supervised swimming at beaches and public wading pools citywide. Lifeguards at city beaches interacted with beachgoers more than 13,000 times, and only 55 of those were water rescues. The vast majority of those lifeguards' interactions were communication and outreach with the community that they serve. Because when it comes to water safety, knowledge is vital. It can prevent accidents and it can prevent injuries, and it's just as much a part of keeping people safe as the rescues and as the first aid. In 2022, the city held about 20 summer pop-up events for over 1,000 participants at wading pools, beaches, and splash pads. They produced and distributed 22,000 copies of the Make a Splash coloring books in summer camps, wading pools, indoor pools, and community centers citywide. It's 16 pages of sun, water, and bike safety messages en français and anglais aussi, including many favorite Ottawa landmarks to visit for safe water fun. The city provides safe rescue equipment and signage at popular swimming places. And in 2022, nearly 1,000 residents got their National Lifeguard certification or were recertified. We also had 75 participants in our junior waterfront lifeguard program. We now have 9 public accessible water wheelchairs for our beaches. This is a huge accomplishment, and I look forward to adding more. None of this would be possible without the work of our dedicated staff. J'aimerais remercier sincèrement chaque personne impliquée dans les programmes de sauvetage aquatique de la ville pour l'excellent service à la communauté. I would very much like to offer my sincere thanks to each and every person in Ottawa's life-saving program for your stellar community service. You make Ottawa's pools and beaches safer for everyone to enjoy. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. Okay. After that wonderful presentation, let's move on with the rest of today's agenda. So we have no declarations of interest. And for item 4, we have the confirmation of the minutes. So are the minutes of Tuesday, May 23rd, 2023 carried? Oh. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Just a moment of seeking clarity. So for item 4.1, is that item carried? Sure. Okay. Item 5, responses to inquiries. We have 2 inquiries, one on physical distancing center reporting and one on shelter system data. Are these 2 items received? Received. On item number 6, that is the Community Social Services Department Integrated Transition to Housing Strategy. We have delegations. We also have motions and a presentation. So I'll hold that item. For item 6.2 is the Community Safety and Wellbeing Mental Wellbeing Priority Progress Update, Safer Alternatives for Mental Health and Substance Use Crisis Response. We do have a presentation, delegations. So I will also hold that item. And then for item 6.3, Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan Progress Update. We haven't received any motions to date. We have no presentation or delegations. Is this item carried?
Chair, I do have a direction around community safety and well-being.
Okay, so what I'll do is I'll hold this item. It fits nicely with the item prior to that, so we'll come back to it in that order, okay? Okay, so I'm going to go back to item 6.1, Integrated Transition to Housing Strategy. And I understand that staff have a presentation on this, so I will pass this over to staff.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. I am so very pleased to be here today to present our Integrated Transition to Housing Strategy and Vision. Before I start, I'd like to thank our staff, of course, and all the community partners here today who have supported us to define and redefine the strategy. Thank you for supporting a common vision to eliminate chronic homelessness. In early 2020, the City of Ottawa declared a housing emergency. Au début de 2020, la Ville d'Ottawa a déclaré l'état d'urgence en matière de logement. Since then, our city has been hit with multiple crises, including a global pandemic, which has slowed our progress on addressing this emergency. Depuis, notre ville a été touchée par de nombreuses crises, dont la pandémie, qui ont ralenti nos travaux visant à atténuer ces enjeux urgents. We now need bold solutions to get us where we know we need to be. We need to shift and change and think creatively. As Paul Levine will elaborate on, The strategy before you today is an exciting vision to work towards supportive housing solutions for single adults with an overall goal to eliminate chronic homelessness. Chronic homelessness can be defined as the state of individuals who are experiencing homelessness and who meet at least one of the following criteria. A total of at least 6 months, 180 days of homelessness over the past year, and/or recurrent experiences of homelessness over the past 3 years, with a cumulative duration of at least 18 months. The strategy before you focuses on short-term, medium-term, and long-term solutions. In the short term, no one goes unsheltered. This is a commitment Council has made as part of our 10-year plan and continues to be visible in our strategy. We will address acute needs, working with our emergency shelter providers. We will look for overflow shelter options in time for the winter, and we will tackle housing affordability through a localized housing allowance while stabilizing people through a rapid housing support team. Secondly, in the medium term, we continue to focus on supportive housing solutions with over 198 units coming on stream. We're going to explore other housing options such as transitional or bridge housing and begin working on systems changes to free up the space necessary in community shelters for those who need them, to enable them to do the work they do well and the way they know how to do it. And thirdly, ultimately, in the long term, we will create an integrated supportive housing hub and continue investments in community housing and with housing and for housing with supports and transition people to permanent housing throughout the system. As part of this strategy, we will leave behind PDCs, but we will take with us what we have learned and continue what we have excelled at, providing wraparound case management and housing supports to people who need an overflow shelter. The strategy is light on details by design, because one of the most exciting parts of this vision is that we're going to build it out together with the community, with supportive housing, shelter, and other service providers, and with people who have and continue to have lived experience. We know this is possible. Despite various emergencies thrown at us over the last few years, we have been successful in many areas. For instance, in collaboration with community partners and homelessness response agencies, chronic homelessness in Ottawa was reduced by 19% by May 2022. We have moved on the direction Council has given us. Firstly, ensure no one goes unsheltered, and secondly, to leave PDCs in community centers as quickly as possible, and to provide a plan to develop more supportive housing. In this regard, we are on track to have more supportive housing units than emergency shelter beds by the end of 2023. We know how important recreation programming is to the residents of Ottawa, and what this report recommends is that we move out of physical distancing centers in community recreation centers as soon as we possibly can. I would like to take a moment to share my pride in the work done in PDCs to date. They include wraparound supports to ensure that people feel stable enough to seek and find permanent housing. I'd like to give a shout out to our amazing teams at the physical distancing centers, working to change lives every day, and often the lives of those who have been hit the hardest in our community. I would like in particular to acknowledge the work of Chris Tuck, Rachel Ladouceur, Carolyn Yabsley, and Kim Cooper, and all the staff who have worked and continue to work at the PDCs. Je tiens à vous exprimer ma fierté face au travail qui a été accompli jusqu'à maintenant dans les centres de distanciation physique. Ce travail comprend des services de soutien complets qui visent à s'assurer que les personnes se sentent suffisamment stables pour se trouver un logement permanent. Au cours de la dernière année et demie, nos équipes ont réussi à loger plus de 300 personnes de ces centres et leurs efforts se poursuivent jusqu'à aujourd'hui. In the last year and a half, our teams have housed over 300 people in those PDCs, and they continue to house people every day. We are moving the needle on some of these really critical, urgent issues, and we continue to do that with the residents in mind. Our staff and community partners have the utmost respect for and care for the clients they serve. In this context, I'd like to read a letter that was published in the Ottawa Citizen on May 27th of this year from a client who currently resides in one of our physical distancing centers and who is actively working with our various housing support teams. The title of his submission is Homeless but Not Neglected. Quote, "This is being written from a temporary housing facility afforded to homeless men through the goodwill of the City of Ottawa and Mayor Mark Sutcliffe. Raised in a middle-class Catholic family in beautiful Qualicum Park, I might have been expected to rise to great heights in my career and personal life. Nothing was further from the truth. It turned out, and with fewer years ahead of me than behind, I am homeless, struggling, frightened daily, and scrambling for things to believe in. Enter City of Ottawa Social Services and Housing. What's going on in Ottawa regarding the care and treatment of homelessness deserves public scrutiny. In the city-run facility where I am living, there are caring and selfless staff, professional security, showers, clean beds, and 4 meals daily, if anyone has an appetite. A stunning feat of humanity. Thanks, City of Ottawa." Signed, close quotes, signed Peter Jeffrey Boyle, Ottawa. This statement is a testament to our staff. Cet énoncé témoigne du travail accompli par le personnel de la Ville d'Ottawa. And I know there are hundreds more of these testimonials that are possible through the work of our partner agencies. It speaks to the compassion, care, and humanity they all show every day. So before I pass the mic on to Paul, our Director of Housing Services, and to Cale Brown, Manager of Housing Services, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the work that Paul, Cale, and Nicole Sullivan and my whole team have done on this strategy and the report before you today. And I'd like to again thank our community partners for their time and feedback. And in the spirit of Employee Recognition Month, I want to acknowledge every staff in community and social services who work day in and day out to ensure that we bring the best services possible to people facing some of the toughest challenges in our community. With that, I'd like to pass the mic on to Paul. Thanks, Paul.
Great.
Thank you, committee.
Thank you, Clara. Merci, Clara, et merci les membres du conseil. Alors, ma présentation, les 2 diapositives vont être en français. Diapositive numéro 3, s'il vous plaît. En mai 2020, en raison de la pandémie et des directives de santé publique relatives aux habitations collectives de la Ville, a mis en place le premier centre de distanciation physique pour les adultes seuls en situation d'itinérance. Depuis le début de la pandémie, des centres ont joué un rôle essentiel dans l'aide apportée à des centaines de personnes à risque et sont devenus un atout important et un complément au réseau de refuges communautaires existants pendant cette période critique. Depuis mai 2020, ces centres ont été aménagés dans 5 installations récréatives appartenant à la Ville. À l'heure actuelle, comme vous savez, 2 de ces centres sont en activité à l'Aréna Bernard-Grandmaître qui accueille 64 hommes et le centre communautaire d'Emcy qui accueille 50 femmes. Conscient de la nécessité de concilier la reprise de la programmation habituelle des installations municipales et de leur utilisation par la communauté et le maintien de l'aide apportée à certains des résidents les plus vulnérables d'Ottawa, le Conseil a donné une série de directives au personnel. D'abord, dans le rapport sur le plan de viabilité des services de répit présenté en avril 2022. Puis, dans une série de motions adoptées au cours du processus budgétaire de 2023. Il s'agit notamment de déterminer une stratégie pour aider les fournisseurs existants de refuges pour adultes seuls à remédier aux lacunes en matière de capacité et à répondre aux besoins de plus en plus variés des clients. Et privilégier les modèles qui favorisent la transition des adultes seuls en situation d'itinérance vers un logement à long terme et réduire ainsi le nombre total de personnes en situation d'itinérance. Aussi, devons délaisser les centres de distanciation physique aménagés dans des installations municipales, mais continuer de faire en sorte que toutes les personnes qui ont besoin d'une place dans un refuge et qui souhaitent y avoir accès puissent bénéficier de ce service. Prochaine diapositive, merci. Alors, dans le cadre de ce rapport, des membres du personnel ont réalisé une analyse approfondie des besoins, des tendances et des pressions au sein du système de refuge pour les adultes seuls. La stratégie proposée tient compte du contexte actuel et anticipé. En tant que communauté, nous avons connu de belles réussites, de passer d'un système fondé sur les interventions d'urgence à un système axé sur le logement et l'accompagnement. Comme nous mettons l'accent sur le logement, nous visons à avoir plus de place dans les logements avec services de soutien que dans les refuges, avec 198 unités supplémentaires qui seront construites au cours des 18 prochains mois. Grâce au programme de logement d'abord lancé en 2015, en tant que communauté, nous avons logé auprès de 2000 personnes avec un taux de rétention de 81% après un an. L'an dernier, nous avons ajouté du personnel à ce programme afin de pouvoir offrir un soutien à 160 clients additionnels. Ces 2 dernières années et demie, les refuges communautaires et les centres de distanciation physique, en partenariat avec d'autres agences et services communautaires, ont logé 668 clients. C'est seulement un exemple de l'excellent travail réalisé dans la communauté chaque jour. Il y a toutefois toujours des pressions importantes auxquelles nous devons nous attaquer pour veiller à ce que les personnes servies aient le soutien dont elles ont besoin. Le système de refuge fonctionne au-delà de sa capacité. Lorsqu'il n'y a plus de place dans les refuges communautaires, les clients sont servis dans les centres de distanciation physique. L'hiver dernier, ces centres ont fourni 25% des lits en refuge. Le groupe de clients servis dans les centres de distanciation physique n'est pas statique. Depuis leur ouverture, ces centres ont servi plus de 2500 personnes. Pendant que des clients trouvent des logements, d'autres entrent dans le système chaque jour. En fait, il y a près de 2000 nouveaux adultes seuls qui deviennent itinérants chaque année. Cela exerce une pression importante et déterminante sur le système. Même s'il y a d'excellents programmes et initiatives en place pour aider les personnes et faire la transition vers un logement, la demande surpasse les ressources disponibles. Il y a actuellement 667 adultes seuls sur notre liste des priorités dans le cadre du programme Logement d'abord. Il y a aussi 369 adultes seuls sur la liste d'attente d'un logement avec service avec soutien. Ces facteurs conjugués à d'autres permettent de projeter qu'il faudra 224 lits en plus des lits permanents actuels et des lits de détournement pour les hommes et 69 lits pour les femmes s'il n'y a aucune intervention accrue d'ici la fin de 2024. Merci pour votre attention. And now I would like to invite my colleague, Cale Brown, Manager of Homelessness Programs and Shelters, to speak to the remainder of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Next slide, please. So where the previous slide was a broad context of our overall shelter system, this next slide looks at the context we have immediately at hand. The graph you're seeing is showing the available shelter in PDC beds versus the clients served. You'll see at no point over the course of the last year did we have adequate capacity within this single adult shelter system that would meet the demand we experienced. You'll also notice in the slide that it indicates seasonal demand changes, which typically we expect it will go up during the winter and then down during the warmer months. Currently, or as of June 15th, the PDCs were providing about 17% of the overall bed use in the shelter, which represents about 114 clients. In addition, there are about 135 people living unsheltered currently, compared to 225 at the height of the pandemic. Next slide, please. A critical factor to consider when planning to support the shelter system is the inflows and outflows, or the number of people who enter the shelter system and the number of people who leave the shelter system. Otherwise, people who come and go from the system for different reasons. As mentioned in an earlier slide, in 2022, there were 1,938 entries into homelessness, which represents 47% of the overall shelter system that year. This means that they had never accessed shelters since 2014. This number has been climbing ever since 2020, and while they have not reached pre-pandemic levels, currently men are very close and women are 5% higher than we saw in 2019. Another contributing factor to the inflow is the migration. This migration comes within Ontario, interprovincially, and internationally. Individuals who are new to homelessness, we also see re-entering the system sometimes as their housing destabilizes and they are leaving provincial institutions like jails or hospitals. In 2021, the city conducted an extensive and comprehensive survey about people experiencing homelessness through something called the PIC count, or the point in time count. And of the single adults surveyed about the reasons for experiencing homelessness, 26% cited not having enough income for housing, 20% cited substance use issues, 14% cited landlord-tenant conflict, and 13% cited conflict with their spouse or partner. On the outflow side, moving into housing is one of the reasons that people might leave shelter, but also other reasons can include becoming precariously housed, like joining something like couch surfing, moving from the city, and sadly, some pass away. In order to meet our goal of ending chronic homelessness, it is imperative that we as a community work to reduce the amount of inflow to the system and increase the amount of outflow, or people exiting the shelter system. Next slide, please. As Claire mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, this will be a phased or incremental transition with 3 key goals of the strategy. First is having space for anyone who does need that immediate temporary emergency accommodation. Second is continuing a focus on housing-based solutions. And third, ultimately, and our end goal is ending chronic homelessness. Over the next year or the short term, we will be focusing on a rapid rehousing initiative in partnership with the Alliance to End Homelessness and other sector partners. That strategy has 3 different components. The first of which is very exciting is a new pilot or enhanced housing allowance that is based on the true market rents in the city. This will help up to 120 single clients move from shelters from the PDCs into long-term housing. Strategy number 2 within this is identifying housing opportunities within the sector to expedient transitions into vacant housing across the community. And last, we want to leverage our city and community staff to facilitate and enhance the supports that are being offered during this transition. While we do expect that this initiative will help decrease the demand for services across the shelter system and transition clients to housing, we do anticipate that a winter response will still be required. We will work with our community and shelter partners, including those providing temporary emergency accommodations and overflow sites, to develop an interim strategy and facility that will help demand over the winter. As noted in the report, the preferred approach is to lease a private market facility and transition out of physical distancing centers, but that approach has not yet been confirmed. Staff will be reporting back to council via memo during Q3 2023 with the specifics of that interim plan. In the medium term and over the next 5 years, the strategy recommends continuing to develop supportive housing, including the 198 units noted that are underway. And that will also help us achieve the target of 50 new supportive housing units as noted in the 10-year housing and homelessness plan. We'll also work with other sector partners to plan to change our housing and homelessness systems to better support clients to quickly find housing. This could include new programs and integrated services at new facilities, which will be developed in collaboration with community partners. Our long-term vision is to develop a supportive housing hub. That site would facilitate the development of a range of new permanent housing options, as well as possible co-location with Indigenous housing, community, health, and housing service supports. The city will work with community partners across the sector to design a comprehensive analysis and consultation process for this initiative. Next slide, please. Per the council report, we will fund and operationalize this strategy to the end of the 2022 calendar year, carrying forward from municipal Safe Restart Agreement funds or existing operating budgets. This includes the funds necessary for the Enhanced Housing Allowance, Rapid Rehousing Initiative, and the operation of an overflow shelter facility that will help us meet demand throughout the winter. Any capital requirements to support the strategy will be brought forward through this year's affordable housing capital plan, and the budget implications for 2024 and beyond will be considered as part of Housing Services Long-Range Financial Plan. Next slide, please. The strategy being presented today is a framework or roadmap with a number of steps and discussions that we'll need to follow. These include additional information about the winter facilities strategy, the affordable housing capital plan, the long-range financial plan, which will all come forward by the fall. Any long-term private market facility leases or purchases would be subject to a separate committee report. And a report for council will be tabled in Q2 2024 to provide an update on the progress made to the implementation of the short-term initiatives under the strategy and further refinements to the medium long-term initiatives. Next slide, please. So to summarize, I'd like to recap the strategies and core principles of this approach. This strategy, of course, aligns with our 10-year housing and homelessness plan, in particular, the 3 categories of that plan, which include everyone has a home, people get the support we need, and we work together. That last priority recognizes that housing services and the homelessness system is a collaborative, community-wide effort that includes the city, community partners, and different community members. As such, we work with the whole sector to inform the strategy and will continue collaborating to refine and inform these initiatives as we move forward. The strategy also has a dual focus on increasing housing supports options and supporting the shelter system, while we shift investments to longer-term housing solutions from emergency responses. We will always need an emergency shelter system to ensure people who enter homelessness have the supports, but over time, we want to be focused on reducing those inflows to homelessness, and when people do become homeless, make sure those interests are short and non-reoccurring. In this strategy, we propose to do this by increasing the housing options available, shifting our focus to housing resources over time, and facilitating systems integration and change to maximize housing outcomes. In order to move this strategy forward, we are asking committee to recommend that council approve this strategy report and recommendations which provide delegated authority to the Director of Housing Services to work with community partners to refine and enhance the housing allowance for singles, and to the General Manager to adjust the strategy should factors beyond our control, unforeseen circumstances, and opportunities arrive as implementation progresses. Thank you, Chair. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you very much. We do have 2 delegations. We are going to start with Peter Tilley, followed by Katie Burkholder Harris. Peter, if I could ask you to come up and take your spot. While you're coming up, though, we do have a direction and a motion. So I'll ask the mover of the motion to read it in. We're going to pause on the motion for a moment, and we're going to read the direction in. And I want to do that so that the delegations have an opportunity to comment on these 2 pieces if they do wish to do so. So Peter, if you just give a moment, this won't count for your time, I promise. Sorry, Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. The direction revolves around staff review and identification of semi-permanent shelter locations. Regarding the city's integrated transition to housing strategy, if the option of semi-permanent shelter is being considered, staff be directed to review and identify the exact locations of where any semi-permanent shelters may be erected on city-owned land and inform committee of these locations, and if feasible, that the report be included as part of the regular updates in the implementation of the strategy, up to and including further refinement of medium to long-term initiatives that will be brought forward in Q2 2024.
Thank you, Councillor King. I understand the motion is on the floor still being tweaked slightly? Or is it ready to be read in? How about we read it in and then we'll proceed from there, because I think we want to have everything on the floor so then our delegations can comment, we can comment as councillors. So Councillor Carr, if you would read it in as it is.
Absolutely. There's a lot of whereas clauses here, so I'm just going to zip through them very quickly. Whereas on page 4 of the Integrated Transition to Housing Strategy report, hereafter referred to as a report, as part of its medium-term strategies identifies a plan for systems change to support housing objectives for clients experience homelessness, and Whereas the systems change to support housing objectives is further elaborated on page 21. Should additional capacity in the form of a new facility be required in the system over the medium term, the city will work with the community to identify the best operating model or focus to support the broader system, including continuing with the principles of the housing first approach adopted in 2015. And whereas on page 9 of the report, it states that the 10-year housing and homelessness plan has as its first core goal, everyone has a home. And whereas on page 19 of the report, the goal of the enhanced housing allowance for singles prototype is to quickly reduce the number of clients needing to be served by the shelter system and enable the phasing out of PDCs. And whereas Councillor King's Rapid Housing Initiative motion was carried at Community Services Committee on February 28th and was approved at Council on March 8th, 2023. And whereas the motion prioritized considering permanent housing options over a reliance to use recreational spaces as shelters. And whereas the motion's first resolution states that the city explores supportive housing options using the third round of Rapid Housing Initiative by working with nonprofits, community organizations, and housing providers for eligible clients housed in shelters or PDCs, and report back to Community Services Committee and Council with evidence of these efforts and final projects selected for funding. And whereas the Government of Ontario, through its community housing renewal strategy in response to COVID-19, has prioritized housing first and supportive housing to address homelessness for vulnerable Ontarians, including streamlining and simplifying the homelessness prevention program's access to provincial housing and homelessness supports. And whereas Minister Clark, Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, when announcing the investment into the program, stated that these investments were critical, so our municipal partners can spend more time focusing on providing vulnerable Ontarians with the supports they need to stay in their homes or get the housing they need. And whereas the Government of Canada's homelessness strategy explicitly states a housing first approach by moving people experiencing homelessness, particularly people experiencing chronic homelessness, rapidly from the street or emergency shelters into stable and long-term housing with supports. The goal is to encourage housing stability and improved quality of life for persons served by Housing First, and to the extent possible, foster self-sufficiency. And whereas the city has discretion to provide funding consistent with the Housing First principles espoused by all of our levels of government, whereas shelter is defined by Part 1, Section 54 of the zoning bylaw as an establishment providing temporary accommodation to individuals who are in immediate need of emergency accommodation and food, and may include ancillary healthcare, counseling, and social support service. Therefore, be it resolved, any organization that receives funding from the city or funding administered by the city for programming to shelter people without homes, as defined by Part 1, Section 54, and applied to Part 5, Section 135 of the zoning bylaw, are required to demonstrate to the satisfaction of the General Manager, Community and Social Services Department, how the proposal meets the requirements of the Housing First principles expressed in this report and assist in the transition to permanent, suitable housing options.
So I'll have both Councillor Carr and Councillor King speak to that after the delegations. I will welcome Peter Tilley. I do expect you to go through all of that verbatim. So if you could just repeat that. No, I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. I will, before you speak, Peter, though, I will remind all delegations today that we are adhering to a strict 5-minute time limit. The clerk, Eric, will remind you when you hit the 1-minute mark. I understand you can see that there, but we will be adhering to that because we want to make sure we get through all this important work today. So Peter from the Ottawa Mission, thank you so much for being here, and the floor is yours.
Thank Councillor Dudas. And yeah, I just removed all the whereases in this, so I should be able to hit the 5 minutes. So thank you. Good afternoon, councillors. Bon après-midi. And I hope you're all enjoying this recent bout of Ottawa Valley weather, and may your wards be with power over the next few days. Merci pour l'occasion à parler aujourd'hui. By now, most of you, and I commend, I'm looking around this table, I can say all of you from a previous council or most in this new council have had the opportunity to come down and accept our offer to tour the Ottawa Mission and see firsthand some of the work we do in the shelter system, as it's called. Through that, you've been able to see our extensive reach into the community through the programs and services that we provide at the Ottawa Mission. where whether the basics such as meals, shelter, and safety of the people under our roof, which are the big three, or the added pieces such as mental health, addictions, primary care supports, the dental clinic, and a hospice unique for the homeless. That's thanks to our provincial partnerships, the education and job training services that you witnessed, and of course, a vibrant housing department that works with local landlords. For those of you who have come down, you've been able to witness that we are often the entry point to what we call the continuum of care, that our goal is to provide the mental health, addictions, and other supports that we sometimes hear of while moving people on into job training, such as we do at Chef Rick's, or into appropriate and affordable housing. We sometimes hear the analogy of the shelters as being similar to the emergency ward of a hospital. We're often the last house on the block, as often highlighted for those who have nowhere else to turn when they've come to the end of the road of a journey. But that's it. Let's hope that leads to triaging them back into the next steps of their journey on the way back into affordable housing. And that's our role. Over the course of the past year, and has just been reflected in the OPS report that I was recently reading, we are experiencing firsthand increases of people suffering from mental health distress, substance use challenges, those who are no longer able to make ends meet, those who are unable to find housing, et cetera, due to the current shortage of affordable housing. We are pleased to hear of the mayor's strategy to increase mental health and substance use supports within the vulnerable neighborhoods in order to address these increasing needs. I wanted to share with you some of the pieces of what you've seen on your tour, and I hope I was able to highlight and share with others that in 2019, as part of our strategic plan at the Ottawa Mission, we became a housing-first, housing-focused shelter. Creating a housing-focused department in which we added staff on top of the staff already being provided by the city funding in order to place more people into housing. Even in the face of the pandemic, few people are aware that we placed 424 clients into affordable housing over the past 3 years. In the first 4 months of this year, January to April of 2023, we've now placed 60 people out of the shelter and into housing. That's thanks to our partnership with the city. The mission also owns 2 mixed market apartment buildings, one in the Holland Avenue area and one, as Councillor King knows, in the Overbrook area. And we've recently purchased and renovated an 8-bedroom rooming house in the Somerset Ward area. All of these initiatives made possible thanks to our partnership with the city's housing department. And at this time, I also wanted to just digress a bit and highlight the work of the city's housing department, the Human Needs Task Force, along with OPH and OICH, and the effort we did during this pandemic to divert people into physical distancing centers during the height of this pandemic in order to meet the past pandemic, we hope, in order to meet the physical distancing requirements at that time. It was a Herculean effort, and I wanted to commend all the staff who worked with us on that. I think we were saving lives, as we all realize. The Ottawa Mission and its sister shelters have all been at overcapacity, as we know, for years, long before the pandemic hit, and not just during the winter months. We were pleased to see that the city's plan notes the importance of ensuring those who are homeless are quickly rehoused and maintain housing through wraparound supports. This is how we routinely work with our clients. So we support the city's plan to assist people through implementing an enhanced housing allowance for singles prototype for 120 homeless single adults, developing a winter response strategy through an overflow center. This is especially important given that we currently have 200 people sleeping rough outside. Developing supportive housing as well as supportive housing community hub, and examining new programs that will support affordable housing and lessen the incidence of homelessness. Thank you for your time. Merci.
Thank you so much, Peter. And I'm sure you have questions on the board already, and some might ask you to just elaborate on that little part that you had to rush at the end too. So I will turn it over to Councillor Carr, who has her hand up.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much, Peter. for your delegation today and also for the tireless work that your organization does and your team. I see Eileen also here. It's been wonderful to be able to go down to your organization, not only to get the tour, but to be able to help out on several occasions since I was elected. And it truly is wonderful work that you do. I know you've been there, I can't remember exactly, I think for about a dozen years. Yeah, 10 years, okay.
Just celebrated 10 years on June 3rd.
Okay, excellent. I'm just wondering if I can ask you a couple questions of your observations in that period over the last 10 years. I'm really pleased to hear you say that your support for moving towards more of a supportive housing model. Have you been seeing an increase in the number of individuals who need to be housed for more than 30 days? And do you have individuals that you're serving that have been there for periods of time, for example, 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years? Can you speak to me a little bit about, or to the committee, a little bit about that, please?
Certainly, when I took over the mission 10 years ago, some would recall, have dorm rooms in the mission. And I just thought right there's something wrong with this picture. We're an emergency shelter. We had 61 people when I took over the Ottawa mission who had been there 2 years or longer. Something's wrong with that picture. Those numbers have significantly reduced through our efforts of transitioning people quickly. As most of you councillors saw, and it was easy on your tours to see, there were about a third, and that's what the numbers show, of people very low acuity issues, low in their challenges, ready to be housed. We just need affordable housing. Let's move them in now. And that's part of some of this plan. We're glad to see some of this initiative, plus those in the PDCs. There were those low to moderate, and I think definitely they are going to need wraparound supports if they're to be housed now. Maybe not if they continue to do work with our addictions and mental health support teams. Sometimes that helps people deal with situations, and that's our donors' money. Don't forget, as I showed you on the tours, these are the pieces that you're not paying for. You're paying for the essentials as the City of Ottawa budget. And then there are those with high acuity, those people who used to be in other centers than the homeless shelters, those people who would have been in residences. You've seen them walking up and down the streets, talking to themselves, shouting, whether drugs or just mental health issues. And that's about a third of the people there. There's some work to do to find solutions, because my opinion is those people aren't ready to be housed yet. Not if you're the landlord. There's got to be some work to do there to get them the mental health supports. And let's hope it's something other than a congregate setting, whether it's a downtown shelter, which needs to be emergency. Yeah, we really want to just get on with the business of being emergency and transitioning people as quick as possible. Our average stay is 7 days. People don't realize our average length of stay is 7 days, and we have so many unique new people who are quickly diverted or moved on. But unfortunately, those with the high acuity bring the numbers up for the average.
Sorry, can I just confirm something? So you're saying when you started 10 years ago, there were 61 people that had been there 2 years or longer? Did I understand that correctly?
Absolutely.
But now you're seeing less people that are there for a longer chunk of time. You're seeing more people that are coming in, and average stay is 7 days or less?
Absolutely.
Okay, excellent. And then can I just ask you, just as a rough percentage, how many, you've mentioned the high acuity folks there that are about 1/3 of the population. I believe you said they can't be transferred into supportive housing, but the percentage of people that if a supportive housing bed were ready, that were document ready to go, what percentage do you roughly think, like just a ballpark, whether it's 10% or 80%, do you think if there were beds available could be transferred into that situation?
I would say a third, possibly upwards towards 50%. So part of our strategic plan this year is to enhance and provide, again, our donors' money, mobile intervention supports, to mobile support workers to go into the community. I know the city is doing initiatives in that regard as well too. We're willing to do that out of our donor funding because we think it's an attractive idea we can sell to donors and with our donors' funds to provide intervention mobile support. So if somebody relapses, they don't have to be evicted. If somebody is having a mental health breakdown, they don't have to be evicted. And that's the work our team does, building those relationships over years with landlords and the city staff. get that piece of having the mental health support workers in the shelters or having, the housing workers in the shelters, that we can keep those relationships going. I mean, if somebody, for whatever reason, doesn't pay their rent, we will intervene and pay that rent rather than have them, the recidivism circle. It's improved so much since I, in my time there, a lot of work to do, as you know, and that's why we're having these discussions. The shelters are still becoming the housing option because of the lack of affordable housing, and we shouldn't be a housing option, emergency. I agree with those comments that were in the motion.
Thank you very much. And I'll just ask one quick question. I'll turn it over to my colleagues because everybody knows I'll keep you here all day. You talked a lot about the donor funds, and I'm just wondering, as a percentage, approximately, again, I know you raise a lot of funding, get a lot of donor funds. Approximately, when you're looking at one individual case or overall, how much of your percentage of funding to run your organization is donor funds, and how much is it money that flows through the city via the province or whatever the case may be?
So it's beyond donor funds, because we've created this massive social enterprise that most of you seen called Chef Rick's. Someday we'll say the Ottawa Mission is a program of Chef Rick's. So I always remind him, no, that won't happen. But as a result, that alone is bringing in, we've budgeted $2.4 million in gross revenue to come back into the organization. Of course, there are extensive costs. Our budget is now, with Chef Rick's and with us taking in the development team under the Ottawa Mission umbrella, $20 million a year. Our block funding from the city amounts to $5 million a year. We are unique as a shelter because of the addictions, mental health, the job training, and all those other areas. We really focus on that continuum of care to get people well and move them into housing. It is, I think, we all have a gap to play. My heart goes out to organizations like the Shepherds of Good Hope and the work they're doing in running a supervised consumption site that keeps people alive daily by providing that service. So we all have that role to play. We, as you know, who have toured, we focus on that piece of moving people back out of the shelter system. So that involves a lot of our donors' money. So we get $5 million just over a year from the city on block funding. We get some provincial funding that helps towards the healthcare clinic. But other than that, 75% comes in outside of the city funding. We think it's a good investment for your dollars that we're housing the number of people we're housing in beds every night rather than have them sleeping on the streets.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you very much for everything.
Thank you so much. And I love your phrase about the continuum of care, right? And that you're the entry point, but that there's so many players helping, assisting, supporting, providing expertise, including the city, but you know, at the grassroots level, it's absolutely essential. This takes the entire city to resolve this issue. So thank you very much for that. Conseillère Plante, votre name, madame?
Oui, merci beaucoup. Thanks for being here, Peter. I really appreciate it. I just wanted to get clarification on two things. So you said there's people who are, you said, quote, not ready to be housed. I just wanted to challenge you a bit on that, because when I do go to Options Bytown, they talk often about they have people who they take off the street and are considered high acuity, but these are people who've been cycling in and out of the shelter system for some time, and being in the shelter system is very stressful. You often don't get a full night's sleep. There's, you know, sometimes violence in the shelters, et cetera. And so she will say often, and a lot of people here have gone on the tour of Options Bytown, that, you know, the person you see when you're assessing them is not the person you see 2-3 weeks later after they have a roof over their head. Those are two very different people, because they've had stability, they've had a full meal, they've had a full night's sleep. So I just wanted to push back again on that comment, because I don't think there should be like a stress test as to whether or not someone should have a roof over their head. I just think that's a human right. And I'm going to follow up on something. So I'm just here on your website too, where, Eric, can you pull it up? Oh, go ahead. You can go ahead and answer it while he's pulling up. So I just wanted to say, I'll be honest, I didn't read your full annual report, but for food and shelter, it's about half of that pie, and your housing services is the purple part of that pie. Is there any discussion around making the purple part bigger? And like, you know, I just wanted to know a bit more about how the pie was distribution there and what the plans were for the future.
Always a plan to expand on that purple piece of the pie. And when you look at a $20 million a year organization, that's a significant piece of a pie. in terms of the actual revenues or the actual expenditures. And to answer your other piece, absolutely, I agree with you 100%. When I say not ready to be housed, it's just somebody who's in a highly stressed state. If the wraparound supports were there, whether a congregate setting or an individual setting with supports in place, then clearly that person could be housed. The challenge being sometimes, as we're seeing now, we don't see that provincial investment yet in the mental health supports that are currently in place. If we were to have somebody in that distress and a unit became available, we could call up a landlord and say, hey, we have someone for you. I wouldn't recommend that unless the other supports were in place, and they're not there yet. So when I say not ready to be housed, just because the other supports aren't in place. If we had a partner such as Options by Town or somebody expanding their mental health supports and availability, there are some people who would require almost daily supervision or daily visits several times a day. Then they would be ready to be housed. So yes, good to push back on that one.
Thank you, merci.
Merci. Councillor Troster.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Peter and Eileen. It's nice to see you here. And thank you for everything you do in the community. So one of the issues we run into downtown in my ward, I was just at Dundonald Park for a community services fair. I met a lot of folks experiencing homelessness who won't go to shelter. They're not on any list. And so what worries me when we talk about solving chronic homelessness and emptying the PDCs and replacing it with supportive housing is the folks who just aren't on our rolls right now. They're just, and we encounter them all the time in my neighborhood. Now, as someone who helps a lot of people who maybe were fearful of going to shelter or accepting help, I'm just wondering what your advice would be in terms of what we need to build into this supportive housing transition to guarantee that more people will accept the offer of housing, and how we can build trust with the unhoused community. Because folks who have experienced a lot of trauma, generational, systemic, you know, that there are many folks I've met in the neighborhood who feel safer outside than they do in any option that the city can provide. So in order to be successful, we need to make sure we reach those folks. And I'm just interested in any insight you may have on that based on your long experience working with folks in the community.
It's going to take a lot of work. These are people, the highest acuity, the highest mental health. I mean, who would sleep outside on a -20 day because they don't feel safe in a shelter? At least some of them, the weather forces people inside on when it gets below -10. But there are some very distraught people out there suffering from all sorts of mental health or addictions issues, and they're the highest acuity. And again, are these people ready to be housed? There's some work to do there. You know, I volunteer on Saturdays at In From the Cold, Parkdale United's Meals for the Homeless during the winter months. I do that as part of my volunteer give back on Saturday mornings. A guy came in once, I was working the door. He's former military, and I've seen him before. He's clearly got mental health issues. It was that's when we were hitting the -43. And he came in and said, oh no, I slept outside last night. Like, and I talked to him and he said, oh, I've got 4 layers on of clothes, of army gear and the proper clothes. And I slept in 3 sleeping bags last night and inside a tent. I said, why wouldn't you come inside? Why would you risk that? And he looked at me, he says, oh, I heard you in the news, Peter, you're full of it. I was at no risk. So it's, you know, how do you counter that and that? But there are people who do not feel safe. Many, that's why we have so many sleeping rough. It's not by choice. They just don't feel safe in the shelters, or they're just don't feel safe, period. They suffer from mental health issues. There's going to be some work to do there to get these people housed.
Yeah, certainly in my ward, there are folks we've been trying to help who were living in unsanctioned rooming houses. One woman died 3 weeks ago of heat exhaustion, who we were trying to house and could not find housing for her. She would not enter shelter. And a lot of times, some of it might be mental health challenges. I'm not a mental health professional, but I will say that safety concerns, not necessarily at the mission specifically, is certainly an issue. And it's an issue that housing for folks with high acuity needs, these were people with active addictions, and there are very few places that would take them. So I hope as we move forward with this project, which I think is vitally important, that we find a way to reach people who are so marginalized from the system that they're not on a list and they're choosing to sleep rough instead of accepting offers of help, because that's a significant part of the street involved population in my ward. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor King.
Thank you, Chair. And I just to briefly commend Peter and the team at the mission for the work that they're doing. It's incredible work. I know that before the pandemic, we had the opportunity to sit down to talk about the initiatives that you were undertaking, that the organization was undertaking. And I thought that they were absolutely, inspiring in the sense that they're so innovative in terms of the social enterprise that you were talking about with Chef Rick's, which I know many of us enjoy on a regular basis. And that utilizing that as a tool for people with the acuity to really pick up skills, to enhance the employability component, as well as linking that to housing itself. I think that these are things that should be commended. These, and frankly, this is work and models that should be taken on, obviously, by, I believe, not just us as a city, but looked at seriously by the provincial government in terms of models to move forward to really address the challenges that we are seeing around housing and homelessness and employability. So I just wanted to really thank you for that work. I know it's difficult work, but it demonstrates going beyond just an emergency shelter in a sense. And it really speaks to that continuity of care that I believe the chair pointed out in terms of your statement. So I just really wanted to thank you and the work of your team. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor King. And we are planning to expand using that Chef Rick's template. Now we come out of the pandemic, we're again trying to just get our house in order coming out of this pandemic. When we do, we know we've spoken with Councillor Troster about a plan where we'd like to expand into another sector and improve that job training piece to superintendents. We have a funder who will back that to possibly the construction industry because when you give that hope and that future, people don't relapse. They have a job to go to. When you give that future, that hope, people also stabilize their mental health supports and they become better to be housed for the long term. So it is part of our model. We're just hoping to move on that within the next year.
Thank you. Counselor Kavanaugh.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Peter, for being here, and thank you for all your good work of you and your team. Appreciate it very much. The funding that you're getting donations and you're putting it towards supportive housing. This is one of our constant problems with Ottawa community housing is we're not set up to do supportive housing. And it concerns me greatly. I wish that we could, but it's the ongoing operational costs. And but I just want your comments on this because even though there is a cost for operations for supports, in the long term, we've seen the statistics that it saves money. And I just wanted to get your comments on that because the cost versus what the results are in terms of overall to the population.
I think if your question is about the effectiveness of the supportive, it's huge. Again, I saw one survey that for some of us who graduated a few years ago into get the apartment, get the job, the apartment, and put meal on the table, and maybe have a car. That's now a $65,000 to $70,000 a year income in order to do so under the current market situation. That was one report I saw coming out of one of the banks. But for people coming out of our sector, the vulnerable populations, to have supportive housing, it just makes such a difference. It keeps them housed and it keeps them fed. And it provides them with other necessities, maybe public transportation. Without it, under these market rents, we're just not going to be able to afford to house people anywhere.
No, I appreciate it. And it's a demonstration of the supports that we need. I know that there's a lot more need. Would you say that, I mean, you're doing your best, but how great is the need that you see?
Yeah, so there's nothing more frustrating than working with someone to stabilize their mental health supports. We work with the Royal Ottawa. We sometimes have as many as 12, 15, sometimes closer to 20 people on the caseload files, thanks to that partnership with the Royal, where where we're helping people. We also do a lot of work, as you know, we have an offsite abstinence focused 5-month addictions program. And then sometimes people go into complement that, supplement it while they're doing Chef Rick's or other things. After all that, now you've graduated, you're ready to move on. Let's find you an apartment. Without rent subs, that can be almost an impossible task. And that hope of all this work that someone has done to move on out of the shelter system after 10, 15 years, to have that pride, that possible job and everything else, but not afford rent. I know somebody who ended up in a rooming house beside one of the other shelters with all the drug activity that was going on, and relapsed, about 6 months into the pandemic. And a close friend of mine, I knew him from high school and was so proud to see him. So again, had he had appropriate housing somewhere else, who knows?
Thank you for giving us those examples. I think that's important for us to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. I just have one question for you. So it's, first of all, I want to thank you. Thank you and your entire team for everything you do. You know, it was eye-opening to see. I've been to the mission several times, but having the tour and learning about, the life skills that people are receiving there, the respect with which they are treated, which they well deserve, is just phenomenal. And I thank you for that. Today, we're talking about a strategy that the city is planning on taking. And I just wanted to understand from your perspective, what is your sense that we're moving in the right direction with this strategy?
Yes, it is, Councillor Dudas. I mean, I love the short term, intermediate and long term. I think that has to be the focus. We sometimes get caught up in, if we're satisfying short term, then we're not doing the long term. We see too many either ors end up on the table. We see that sometimes with the mayor's mental health and supports the initiative that we're talking about. And again, that's a subject you'll be looking at later. But again, where does some of the other pieces of that come from, that you need to cut this in order to do that? I understand budgets are limited, but we will need somewhere to have people in the short term when they come out of those physical distancing centers. It's balmy out there today, but it's not going to be in December, January, and February. So we will need a solution, and the city staff are doing their best. We've had talks to find a solution for those people who are going to need shelter somewhere. And in the intermediate and long term, yes, let's get some other solutions. And I'm glad that there was some pushback that about finding some affordable housing, some rent supplement pieces that can also move people into the longer term betterment as well too. So it seems the city staff come up with what I see as a good solution for the immediate need.
Thank you so much, Peter. I appreciate your delegation. Our next delegation is Katie Brookholder Harris from the Alliance to End Homelessness, Ottawa.
I know. Did I bring wine? No, I didn't. Hello, everyone. Good morning or good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. On behalf of the Alliance to End Homelessness, I am really happy to speak today about the integrated plan for transition from the physical distancing centers. Over the past few months, we have been engaging regularly with city staff on ways to move people staying in the PDCs to permanent housing. Their partnership and open collaboration has been very well received, and we appreciate the changes that they have made to integrate community feedback in really concrete ways. Staff met with interim community governance structure for the housing and homelessness sector to present options for how we could house people in the PDCs, and we're eager to work together with them on this. We are aligned with city staff that there is no need for temporary measures here in the short term. People need and deserve the dignity of permanent housing with support if it's needed. The fastest way to do this, in this case, is through flexible, increased rent subsidies, as has been presented, and leveraging existing vacancies from the nonprofit housing providers. This is going to take serious coordination and collaboration. And reading through the council report, it's clear that this is integral to the proposal before council. Real partnership and co-development of solutions are necessary to ensure that people staying in the PDCs find housing. We know that as a community, we face a major challenge with winter overflow, and that's why staff are working closely with shelter partners, as you've heard from Peter, to develop an overflow strategy. All of these pieces also highlight the serious need for greater system coordination. There is an opportunity for diversion and preventing people from falling into homelessness in the first place that will help to take the pressure off of the existing shelter system. Got to find my second page. As we move forward on this work, I want to highlight some key things. First, this plan represents a different approach to solving homelessness in our community. While we all agree to the principles of housing first, too often we scramble to respond to emergencies and temporary solutions become the default setting. This plan represents permanent solutions, not a temporary fix, with a true focus on ending people's housing crisis. Second, housing and supporting people costs less than keeping people homeless. It is critical to remember that the people staying in the PDCs are generally low and medium acuity. That means they don't need heavy support, but are generally able to stabilize in their housing once they have a rent subsidy with light to medium supports. We need to target resources in alignment with our data. City staff have had success in working to house people over the past few years, and this work needs to continue with more resources for community partners. With stronger real-time data, we can rapidly rehouse people with low acuity and focus our resources on those in need of more support. Using our data effectively in this way saves money, it saves time, and it saves lives. This plan is an opportunity to demonstrate the use of data to make effective decisions with our resources. Third, this committee report names the need for strong co-design between the housing and homelessness sector in the city. It has already gone beyond consultation and instead become a solution that city staff and community partners have developed together. City staff have been engaging with the sector on how to shift the approach to house people permanently, and we welcome this. I cannot stress enough that co-design will make or break the success of this initiative. Co-design means building together, leveraging the knowledge of city staff and community partners, and an opportunity for shared accountability. City staff have identified the need to work with the core group on co-designing this process, and we've recommended the interim governance structure. Staff have already presented to this group on the PDC strategy, and this group committed to working together to coordinate and implement a rapid rehousing strategy with the city. I strongly believe that this report demonstrates a shared desire from city staff and the housing and homelessness sector to partner in new and more effective ways. No one can reduce homelessness alone. This is an all hands on deck issue that requires strong vision, coordination, data, and transparency, and we are moving in the right direction. I've had the privilege of working with communities across Canada in the housing and homelessness sector. I've been able to sit in the room when community partners and municipalities decided to change course and go from temporary solutions to housing people instead. At its core, this is a shift in mindset. It's the collective decision to do something different than what we've always done. Together, we can actually house 114 people within this tight timeline. It is doable, but only with deep collaboration and co-design, leveraging our collective resources and expertise. The sector cannot do this alone, and the city cannot do this without the sector. On behalf of community partners, I am very excited to be part of this shift. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Katie. We have several people with their hands up for you. Councillor Troster.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Katie. Always nice to see you. I'm always so thankful for your expertise. In the spirit of co-design, I have two questions for you about some elements that are in this proposal, which I am overall very excited about. First one, I just wanted to pick up on what you just said at the beginning of your comments. So you are quite convinced that the city won't need a temporary structure to house everyone who's currently living in the PDCs? Could you expand on what you mean by that?
So some initial conversations with shelter providers were around how can we mitigate that risk? I know we're all afraid of winter overflow. So what are we going to do to tackle that? I know the city's working closely with shelter providers, and one solution that's been brought forth is specifically leveraging what existing beds might be at other buildings. So not just in the shelter overflow mats, but what else can we get? We saw the stats for what the city needs in terms of numbers for potential winter overflow. So looking at that is key. I really, really want to try to not not have to have another rec facility, because that's hard. It kind of doesn't, resolve the issue of needing to transition out of the PDCs. And frankly, city staff have been working on that for 3 years, and it's been very difficult to find space, as everyone knows. So that is my ideal world. I'm not going to say there's no possible way that we need overflow. And I appreciate that I am not in the seat having to manage that or getting the calls at the end of the day. So I do really want to respect that pressure. But I do think we can be very quick in our rapid rehousing. And I do think there is potential to not need a winter overflow building.
Okay, and if we do need a winter overflow building, I know there was some reference in the document, and I know there was an earlier proposal for some sort of temporary building or sprung shelter. What is your opinion of that option? If we want something that isn't a rec center, because people need the recreational space, what else would you recommend?
So I would recommend rapidly rehousing people. And I think ultimately the inflow piece is the challenge, right? So if we only house and not focus on people falling into homelessness, we're going to have that difficulty. So there's work to be done here on how do we both coordinate, but really prevent people from falling into homelessness in the first time. I mean, I think you heard Peter say 7 days for many of the people in the shelter. This sounds gross, but that's an exciting number to me, because that means they may never have had to touch shelter, which enables shelters to be able to start to focus on those really high acuity folks that need extensive supports. So what can we do on that front end to prevent people who are only there for 7 days from actually getting housed? And I think that would be a way to take pressure off the system. So where can we do that in other places to prevent having to get to the point of needing a different kind of structure?
Okay, thank you. One more follow-up. I would just like your opinion, because when I've heard about supportive housing, I know the model that I've heard about is having it really integrated in the community in smaller pieces instead of, but this is eventually proposing a hub model in the longer term. I'm just wondering what your opinion is of creating that kind of built community of supportive housing altogether versus having it spread out throughout the city.
Yeah, my sense, I think both models can work. I think my understanding from the supportive housing hub is that it still would be mixed market. I'm assuming, because I don't think we financially can ever do housing without mixed market for the pro forma. So I think in that context, it's really excellent, and having an ability to have, services as a part of that is really key. I think it's all about coordination with the other existing services in the sector, so that no matter where you go, you have an access point to the system that is consistent, that is best practice, that is standardized, and that gets you on the path to getting housing as soon as possible. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Katie, as always, for your presentation and the expertise that you bring around the table. My questions are sort of a follow-up, I guess, with respect to Councillor Troster's questions. Until recently, of course, my ward was home to 2 of the physical distancing centers. It's currently only home to 1 of them. You talked a lot about rapid rehousing and the opportunities there and how quickly it can be done. In my experience, I've actually had, I'm home to Dempsey Community Center, which is houses the women. I've actually had women come to my ward office here and talk about how they don't want to leave because they've been there for 3 years. So I just was wondering if you could talk a little bit about, I think part of the challenge is, that they've created a community. They're there together. So talk about how that rapid rehousing can happen and still maintain that sense of, I guess, camaraderie or that sort of network without having that permanent supportive housing hub in place.
That's a great question. So, I think always going back to the principles of housing first, choice, right? Like, are people being offered a real choice that enables them to stay in the community they want to live in and to be living there in a stable way? And when real options are presented to folks and not someplace that might be really far away or disconnected from the community that they've stayed in for the last 3 years, people tend to say yes. And so I think it's really a question of, are we providing real options for people?
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And then just a sort of a follow up on that. So I heard you speak about the opportunity, like there are some supportive housing beds that are available, I imagine in Ottawa presently. Perhaps people don't want to take them. And you also, I think, spoke about providing a housing allowance to people to get them housed. In that circumstance where people would be getting a housing allowance, how are those supports? How do we provide supports in that case, to transition people more rapidly? How do they get the supports they need when they're not in a supportive housing environment?
So I think this is one of the challenges. The majority of the people in the PDCs are low acuity, and we really need to lean into that data. Low acuity means they absolutely need support to get housed for the most part, but a lot of folks will probably be fine after that point. And given the market rent that we experience in our city, more and more people in the homelessness shelters and sector are it's an affordability issue. So I think that's a piece we need to remember. And right now we're having conversations about how to leverage existing city staff that are already working hard in the PDCs, partnering with community partners. There are higher acuity folks or medium acuity folks already paired with housing-based case managers. So that's an opportunity to leverage as well. And I think ultimately we really need to use the data to drive the decision-making and an assessment that is really a conversation with people of what are you going to need? You know, what will be useful to help you stay housed? And I know those conversations are ongoing.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you always for the support. I just a quick question to follow up. Councillor Troster asked about the hub model versus supportive housing. It's my understanding that there's supportive housing all over the city. We've got some in Canada, we've got some on Maryvale. I would just like your view on sort of that decentralization of supportive housing and being built into each community. And in the model that we're discussing presently, sort of the long-term, the supportive housing hub, from your experience, is that something that's better for a certain acuity? Is that for, mid to high acuity to be more in the hub there? If you can just give me your views on that, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, so I mean, supportive housing, supportive congregate housing that's run either with full-time staffing or part-time staffing, that's for people who are high acuity. The majority of people are going to be housed in the private market with supports if they need it, or without supports, and they can just live their lives with financial help. So I think that's a piece that's really critical in this, is we really should be reserving supportive housing for high acuity folks who need that level of support. And some supportive housing models are part-time staff. So how are we making sure that our need is associated with the resource available? And to your point, like supportive housing is all over town. We have scattered site models, and people want to live sort of all over the city. As every counselor here, I'm sure, thinks your neighborhood is the best neighborhood. So fair enough. Yep. So yeah, I think that idea of having a scattered site is really critical, and that's pretty much the current model that we have.
Okay, thank you. I'll let my other colleagues speak now.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Katie, for your presentation today. There was a term that you referred to in your presentation a couple times, and I'm just hoping that you can expand on it. So you referred to an interim community governance structure. Could you explain a little bit more about what that is and why it's important?
Yeah, so I think it's been a really exciting development. It's about 3 years, 2-3 years since we've been discussing this with the city and community partners. But really, it's the idea of having a model or kind of an oversight group that's able to actually sort of have these big system questions focused on the outcomes we need in the housing and homelessness system, but really looking at that big picture strategy with a table of decision makers from the sector. I think one thing we know that happens a lot, and I'm sure you hear from community partners, lots of siloing, right? Lots of different groups that are all sort of focusing on what they need to do in their particular part of the sector, but not necessarily in significant communication with others. So the governance structure initially came from the city actually hired a consultant, which was great, to come and do stakeholder interviews. I think over 200 surveys have been completed to really figure out what would a governance structure look like that sort of oversees the housing and homelessness ecosystem and does strategic planning. So that structure, now the consultant will come out with a report in July, I think. It should be the end of next week, but that's probably not going to happen. I don't know. But they'll have recommendations on that. But it's really an opportunity for a single group to be able to be connected to the rest of the sector, but having a common conversation with the city in partnership. And so I feel like I'm getting quite jargony here, but really it's that opportunity to sort of not have to consult with 40 plus groups and really have kind of this key group that is plugged into the rest of the sector and keep us focused on those common outcomes of reducing homelessness.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Councillor Plante.
Oui, merci beaucoup. I just have a couple questions. I've written them out, but now I'm thinking of new ones, so just bear with me. Nice to see you again, by the way. I heard a rumor that you may be living in Ward 18. I was going to suggest Ward 12 if you ever want to move, because it is the best ward in the city. Anyway, so you mentioned, and I hope I'm getting the wording right, something called like existing vacancies in our housing. I was wondering if you could just elaborate on that, because that alarms me. As
Yeah.
someone who has a lot of unhoused population, if you could expand on that.
Yeah, so that's a piece that's kind of come to light in the initial co-design and planning with community partners and city staff. And so we've realized there are some actual vacancies, both in supportive housing and nonprofit housing. And to some degree, there's challenges with getting those filled just because data is not up to date necessarily, but there's an opportunity to leverage those for helping people get housed out of the PDCs. And a rent subsidy goes further, obviously, in nonprofit housing. So I think it's both a chance to pilot how we could rapidly move people into that, but also look at how can we keep our data as nimble as possible in order to make sure we're getting people into those units as quickly as possible.
Thank you for that. So I also wanted to deep dive a bit on your fantasy of the 7 days. I share similar fantasy. But we read in the program, they mention the amount of, it says the average amount of time to help a client transition to housing in the Housing First program is 175 days. Previously, I've heard 30 days also from city officials. So I was wondering if you can just touch upon what you think is the best practice or the ideal time. I know there's 0 time is ideally the best.
Say
practice.
0 days is
Exactly.
great.
But
Yeah.
could you maybe talk about other jurisdictions, like any examples you may have are helpful?
Yeah, I mean, the only one I can concretely think of would be Medicine Hat, and sort of when they reached like the pinnacle of really reducing homelessness and kind of getting to that functional 0, where they had more people moving out of homelessness than into homelessness. Their turnaround time, the goal or the outcome was 10 days, and they actually hit 5 at one point. They're not there now because we've had a housing crisis and an opioid crisis and all of those other pieces. But it's that idea of how kind of narrow do we want to go? I think I'm not super familiar with this part of the report. If sort of the goal is 30 days for a city the size of Ottawa, that sounds like it makes a lot of sense. But again, like what data are we using to help drive that decision? And if the data is that lots of folks are out on average within that week period, well, then maybe we can look at different acuity levels to get out sooner. But I think that's a community conversation that we'd have to have.
And I would remind that, you know, when we say high acuity, I just want to remind people that who you see on the street is not necessarily the person you're going to see once they're housed. People are sometimes stigmatized as high acuity when in fact it's just the stress level of living on the street, circling in and out of shelters, heat, cold, et cetera. It's not necessarily like a tag you should put onto someone.
Yeah.
So on page 4 of, on pages 21 and 24, the city will work with the housing and homelessness sectors to identify a plan for system changes to support housing objectives for clients experiencing homelessness. In your expert view, does the city have enough data to support some kind of decision-making like that?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? My brain just went into
Yep.
fog.
So, in order to identify system changes to move more individuals into homes and get the support they need, in your expert view, does the city have enough data to support such informed decision-making?
It's a complicated question because I think there's sort of 2 tracks. One is the type of data, and are we leveraging the type of data in the most effective way? And then the other part is the data we have the best that we can have? And so I think in that sense, you know, we have an opportunity to look at how can we use data to coordinate as best as possible? And then what kind of data do we need to drive towards outcomes? And so right now, for example, like we know 100% reduction in chronic homelessness is the big 10-year plan goal. So we need to make sure that we're regularly as a full community hearing what the chronic numbers are. Like this week, if we can identify the chronic numbers and keep measuring ourselves against those measuring sticks. And then I think I call it kind of quick and dirty data sometimes that we need, you know, let's do a survey or let's quickly find out perhaps families in hotels, like what are the reasons that families are not there? I think we have sometimes in the sector, we rely a lot on anecdotes, and anecdotes can absolutely be part of the story, but they're not often the whole story. And so how do we get hard numbers on the reasons that people are staying or not staying and the barriers they're facing? And in that sense, there's often a lot of things that we can solve within the context we have. And so that to me is exciting too. If there are barriers in the system that we're unaware of, but they're things that we have control over, then that's a really important part of data shaping our response.
Okay, and one last question. Thank you again for being so patient. I noted this report that the funding to implement this report will be considered as part of the Housing Services Long Range Financial Plan to be presented at council this far as part of the 2024 budget process. If you had a blank check and were the ultimate decider of funding data gaps, where do you think the city should invest and have the most impact?
So, the dream question, this is, dream question 101. So, I mean, I think ultimately boatloads of nonprofit housing, that would be the thing that we desperately need in our community, and parts of that being supportive housing. That would be sort of the first piece, because we know, rent subs are the quick way to get people housed. But at the end of the day, if we don't cap price in some way, it's kind of a never ending pit. Unless we have serious rent control, that's a really big challenge for a municipality to financially face. So beyond that, I would say really investing in, I want to understand the numbers on our highest acuity level in Ottawa. So if we have 2,000, I'm basing that on the mayor's numbers from the letter to the province, 2,000 people every day who are experiencing homelessness. The national data says about 15 to 20% are high acuity. So I would assume those people who have deep need, they need significant wraparound supports. We've actually, as a community, costed out what it would take to support 400, which would be that 20% mark, 400 people with intensive wraparound supports. It's $4 million. That's not a lot of money. That is a doable number. So I would say looking at how can we intensively wrap those supports around people? What are the rent subsidy costs that we need to attach to that? Who can go into nonprofit, all those pieces. But I think really investing in the level of support, particularly for people with the deepest need, would be significant. And I mean, that drives at our chronic reduction numbers, right? Like those are folks who need the most supports.
Merci.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Katie, for the presentation. My colleague really delved into a little bit of the question that I wanted to ask about costing in the budget piece. But I'm just curious if you could unpack a little bit the cost of housing people being cheaper than in staying in BDCs. So could you just break that down a little bit further for me, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, right now we know that the cost of getting rent subsidies, and we've costed it an enhanced rent subsidy, which I think is going to feed into the flexibility of the subsidy pilot that the city's proposing. To get up to market rent, that cost I think is $3 million a year for all the folks in the PDCs. So that's one piece of it. When I look at the cost for the whole PDC operational cost for a year, it's $11.8 million. So right off the bat, that's a significant difference. If most people are low or medium acuity and are not going to require those high intensity of supports, we know our support costs will go down significantly. So just looking at the PDC, that's really, I think, what we're looking at for cost. And that's an exciting proposition, because then how can we reinvest that money for other operational costs for supportive housing, that sort of thing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I need to move this closer to me. So there's no secret that there's some trouble that we have in the city with vacancies and affordable vacancies at that. So how do you suppose, or what do you propose, I guess, we can do as part of this plan to rapidly rehouse people coming out of physical distancing centers?
Yeah, so I think that, the council and the city's report on we need enhanced flexibility and an increase in the rent subsidy, that pilot is critical to the success of this. So we know that if we can actually bring it up to market rent, we've had housing providers say it allows us into a next tier of housing. So right now with the rent subsidies as is, we're only kind of able to access a certain number of units, but increasing really will make a difference in terms of accessing new units. And I think it's important. We often get stuck on no vacancy, right? There's no housing, but we are a city of 1 million people. It's still thousands of units out there. And so I think we have to push ourselves to think beyond sort of the sense that there's just no opportunity for housing people, especially if folks are supported with landlords, or if people are really just looking at an affordability issue.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair. Always a pleasure to talk to you, Katie. I wanted to know about funding through the province and feds and what you're seeing on the horizon or any possibilities. Obviously, that is very key. As a city, we're working very, very hard, but we're limited since most of our money comes from property taxes, and therefore it's very difficult to raise it any higher than we are doing now. So, what are you hearing as possibilities for funding?
Hey, you're assuming I know a lot on the behind the scenes
yeah,
stuff
what you got?
nationally.
What you
So my sense is that we are going to, I know right now they're relooking at the national housing strategy, right? We know that there's a lot of analysis and, what's been effective, what's not been effective. I think we all have a sense that the Rapid Housing Initiative will probably be brought out again for supportive, which is great. Though the provincial operational costs are ever the challenge. But I think another piece probably coming down the pipes is going to be an acquisition fund. So are we as a community prepared and ready to mobilize quickly to jump in on the acquisition game? Do we have the funding mechanism in place to be able to do that, acquire older buildings, turn it over to nonprofits, maybe the land trust? And I think that's a question we really need to be ready for if that comes. My sense is it's coming in the fall, but that may not be true at all. That's just what I've heard. So that's something that I think, how are we ready to jump on it? And I would also look at things like right of first refusal. What mechanisms do we have as a city to actually say, okay, we should be having access to that, property first? That's a complicated thing, but it's doable and other communities are doing it. So I think we should look at those kinds of models. But I think acquisition is really going to be the next kind of pipeline for funding from the feds.
I appreciate that. And as Chair of Ottawa Community Housing, I hope that we'll be part of it, and we'll be looking for opportunities as well.
Absolutely. It's great.
Thank you so much, Katie. As Councillor Kavanaugh noted, as chair of Ottawa Community Housing, we heard from Mr. Tilley, like it takes the entire city, including the city. And I wanted to thank you and all the organizations that you work with for being strong partners, right? We can't move forward unless we're all pulling in the same direction. So it's very much appreciated. Thank you very much for your delegation.
Thanks for your time, everyone.
So we're going to turn it over to questions to staff. At this point, I would ask if you have any questions about the direction or the motion, please ask that as well. I will then ask the mover of the direction, the motion, if they wanted to wrap up, so that could be separate. No, not now. So we'll ask questions to staff. So if you wanted to get on the board, that's what we'll be doing first. Conseillère Plante.
Oui, Eric, as-tu mes slides? Merci. So Chair, if you'll indulge me, I have quite a few questions, but I've already gone over a lot of them with staff. It won't take too long. There's also some videos.
What I will do, just because I know I'm being very strict about time today,
Yep.
we'll cut you off at 5. We'll put you back on the board if you need that extra time.
No problem.
Just
And
to
I
give
have
everybody a
videos.
chance.
So, bonjour tout le monde. Before I begin, I just wanted to play this video very quickly. So, as you know, the chief of police of Montreal, Fadi Daguerre, he spent 4 nights in emergency shelters in Montreal. And I just wanted to play an extrait of his interview with Radio-Canada. Vas-y, Eric. Merci beaucoup.
When Montreal's new police chief took over the reins 4 months ago, he promised to build bridges with communities in the city. Well, he dove right in, quite literally. Fadi Daguerre recently spent 4 nights in different shelters in the city. Fadi Daguerre joins us now in studio. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
So you ate, slept, basically lived with clientele for several days. You met with advocacy groups. What was it like for you?
Well, I thought that I knew them. I thought I knew the neighborhood, how people live on the street and in the shelters and all that. But to be honest, being inside, staying with them, feeding them or serving them and helping them, talking to them, sleeping inside was completely different. It was really disturbing to hear the stories, to listen to the noise during the night, the aggressivity between some people. Well, the first word that will come outside my mouth is respect for those people who work in those shelters, all those community groups. I have such a high respect for them, and the police officer on the field that go inside to help them. But I didn't expect it to be that tough. Right now it's been almost 4 days I've been trying to recuperate. It's been very, very tough psychologically and physically. Around Wednesday, after 3 days, I was wondering if I should stop because it was really tough on me. Now I understand a bit better what those people go through. It was important for the chief to go on the field, went through it, and now I can explain my recruits what I'm expecting from them in the fall during the new training we're going to impose to the recruits.
Well, we're going to talk about that in a moment, but I just want to get back to what was the most difficult part of being there?
I think the most difficult part was because I was inside, I met the clientele, with the autism clientele. I met the woman who went through violence. I met the older people who were abused, the homeless people. So many clientele during only few days, during the day, like you mentioned, evening and night, non-stop, and seeing the reality that they're going through. And honestly, it was really disturbing because you can see how vulnerable they are, and there's not much hope. There's not much hope. If there is not those intervenants in those community groups that makes the difference, we are always treating the emergency.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of thinking about middle and long term, we only treating the emergency aspect of this phenomenon. And that was very disturbing because I don't see, if we continue this way, I don't see any positive result in the future. Like example, the homeless people. It costs to the society $60,000 to have those homeless shelters with the employees working day, evening and night. If we put them in an apartment, social apartment, it will cost us as a society $15,000. But I don't know why we're still focusing on the emergency and put them in the area where we're going to need an assistant 24/24. We should have a vision of middle and long term.
What you can deal with is your officers, and new recruits are going to have to.
Merci, Eric. J'apprécie. So I have some, just to respect the time, I'm going to just ask some questions and then we'll pass it on, and then I have some more questions. So can you confirm that the intention is to move away from physical distancing centers as a replacement to our overflow shelters? And is it possible to make this come out more clearly in the report if the answer is yes?
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, that's the intention.
So is it possible if a ward that has had one of its recreational facilities used as a physical distancing center will not be like a returning candidate for a future site? What do you guys plan on, like, do you plan on cycling through them? What's the plan there?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Chair. In the report, we have also, as part of the report, come back as per council direction with a set of criteria that we use to select facilities in emergency situations that could be used for physical distancing center-like services. And so we would use that criteria to decide. We are cognizant of certain communities where we've been either as part of the COVID response for respite centers. We've been in certain communities more than others, so we would take that into consideration as well.
Okay, and just to clarify on my end, so Le Patro, Routier, Sandy Hill, the Rank, Bernard-Grand-Maître have all been used as physical distancing centers or respite centers. And so I agree with you that there's been some communities more impacted than others. So I thank you for acknowledging that. Merci. You can take someone else, sir.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much, Chair. And first, a huge thank you to staff. When I think back to when I was first elected, and in my opening remarks, I commented on the fact that I've had 2 community centers housing people for the last 3 years. 2 of my 3 community centers in my ward. I never would have believed that just 7-8 months later that we would have a strategy being developed. Oftentimes, was a federal bureaucrat for many years. We see lots of strategies being developed, lots of without resources attached to them. So to actually sit here today and see an operational plan, to hear that you have located potentially temporary facilities for transition, that you're committed to moving folks out of the community centers, and to actually be looking at a long-term home for supportive housing and using city-owned land or purchasing city-owned land is absolutely fabulous. And I know that this will happen, and very excited to sit here. And I'll just comment on some of my colleagues. I know that folks that sit around this table are here because this is what they want. And we actually talk in the hallways all the time about how exciting we read the reports and we chat about this all the time. Pardon me? We're all big nerds when it comes to yeah, we're housing nerds. So we are absolutely thrilled. And I think that's probably something that we don't express. It's just how excited we are about this. I just have a couple questions, and I just wanted to note, you know, just on the note of PDCs, having had them in my ward and having taken tours of them, it really was fabulous because they were open 24/7. You could access them at any time. There was no close down. There were people in there. And when you hear people talk about low, mid, high acuity, I didn't know what those terms were when I was elected, but there were students in there. There were people that were underemployed. It really provided a model for the city to follow. So I just have a couple quick questions. First of all, in the same report, you talk about the fact that if we continue on the trajectory that we are on, that we'll have 224 more single men needing access to shelter system next year and 69 women at this time next year. So is this going to be sufficient to have that supportive housing hub? Like, do you think, you know, what other things are we working on so that we can avoid the fact that we are going to be needing more and more facilities temporarily?
Through you, Madam Chair. That's a very good question. And of course, those numbers are based on our best modeling, our best projections. Some of the strategies that we're putting in place will the aim is to curb that, is to curb the increase in beds that we are projecting to need. So for example, housing more people with the new housing allowance benefit will produce better results and will reduce the actual number of people in the shelters, therefore reducing the number of reducing the pressure on the system. We also are investing and continue to invest in permanent supportive housing. So we have several programs that are come online during that same time, which will offset the projected increase in demand.
Thank you. I have three quick questions. They're all quick. It's noted in this report that this is specific to the single person shelter system. And you mentioned that this is not dealing with the family shelter system or the youth shelter system. We know that we have lots of families. I think there's 35 service contracts across the city housing families in need of homelessness. Can you just give me a timeline on when we'll see those pieces? I know they weren't as a result of the motions and this piece of work, but if you could, because you mentioned it in the report, if you could just let me know, that would be great.
Thank you for the question through you, Madam Chair. And you're absolutely right. We are very we're working very diligently with our partners in the family sector. We are committed to looking at our family shelter system and see how we can improve it and for long-term sustainability as well. So we are really looking forward to having the opportunity to focus more on the families. Right now, over the past year, we've been it's been all hands on deck on the single system to obviously meet the urgent needs, but we will be turning our attention, more focused attention on the families. We have been doing some work, so it will be a priority as part of our 10-year plan refresh, and it will be a priority item that we will work on to bring back to council a plan for the family shelter system.
Okay, thank you very much. Just two more, sorry. Talked a bit about a winter strategy in here with respect to, we know more people come inside or want to come inside, so you have less people sleeping rough. Is there any thought, I know that as part of emergency preparedness, that there's that group looks at, cooling centers, warming centers, whatever the case may be. Is there any look at maybe consolidating this from a service provider, social services point of view for when we have short-term, midterm, and long-term needs, not just for shelter, but also for warming, cooling, food, in sort of those events that are impacted by winter and other climate events?
Thank you for that question through you, Chair. The winter strategy we refer to in the report is specifically referencing the emergency shelter needs during the winter and whether or not the existing community shelters have the capacity for whatever the potential overflow needs are. The question on emergency lodging, cooling centers is one that really should be deferred to EPS, Emergency Protective Services, because it falls under overarchingly the city's emergency plan. And there are several departments that play a role in that, including recreation and cultural and facility services.
Thank you. And just one final question. Seeing the great work that's been produced, we know there's great things coming on the horizon. I think you have a council, at least members around this table, who are really enthusiastic. We're seeing an uptick in funding in some ways from the government. Do you believe that we can end chronic homelessness in this term of council?
Thank you. And through you, Chair, I think it is possible if we have the right resources and people in place and the will to get it done.
Okay, thank you. And I'll let my colleagues comment on that as we continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. And I think you speak volumes when you say the will is there, right? The will is there. Council wants this. You know, I'm speaking on behalf of my colleagues, but we want to see an end to chronic homelessness. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much. So I'm also very excited about this project. And I you know, when we had our council priority session, ending chronic homelessness has always been my number one priority, especially because we're so impacted by it where we live. And I would welcome a hub like this in my ward, but I don't think we have an empty plot of land where we can build it. So I know you're looking all over the city. I'm just wondering if you could explain why you decided to go with a hub model. I imagine it's because it's easier to buy one piece of land and to do it all in one place. But what was your thinking around suggesting this for the more permanent solution?
Thank you for that question, Chair. It's exciting, would be my answer. The opportunity to create an integrated service center that also has supportive housing and together with the community, designing something that could potentially have a phased housing option built in is tremendously exciting. It is not the only thing, though. And I think Katie spoke well when she said, and Paul as well, when they said that this is about continuing the good work that we're doing, investing in supportive housing, building as much supportive housing, looking at dealing with the acute needs as well as the medium term and longer term needs. And it's not either or, but it's a vision and an opportunity for the community, for council, for city staff to work towards something that's exciting and doable. And I think that is why we put that vision in the strategy. It is contingent upon many things that may be out of our control. If we're able to purchase a piece of land and that's large enough to maybe segment and help to fund. So these are the kinds of exciting things that we can start to think about and design as we move forward. So we need something to focus on, and then that's essentially the answer.
I am very excited about it. And I will say, and as Councillor Plant has been putting out, you know, often people who are struggling with addiction or mental health issues, their behavior becomes much more magnified. And I know we're going to talk soon about alternative crisis response, but the lack of housing just makes everything more challenging. And we're certainly dealing with some of this challenging behavior in my neighborhood from folks who are unwell and unhoused and on display and not living with dignity. And also it creates it has enormous effects on the community. And what we want is for people to be housed and living with decency. I just have a question though. So assuming you do purchase land, that land is not downtown because we don't have a lot of land. What kind of work do you think we need to do, or do you intend to do with the surrounding community to ensure that it's a welcoming environment for these folks? Because I sit at planning committee where people come to complain about like 3-story townhouses that are not supportive housing. So I just, how might we work with the community to welcome these folks?
Through you, Chair, I think we would take the approach that we take whenever we think about bringing services of any kind into a community. We would engage the local community way in advance and ensure that there's clear understanding of the intention of what we're trying to do, and really think about what are the assets that that kind of initiative could bring to the community in terms of creating a whole community, in terms of park space, in terms of positive outcomes and people contributing to their local communities. So those are some of the things that we would normally be doing.
I would just say reach out to community associations, because we have a supportive housing building that's being funded through Rapid Housing Initiative. It's about to open in the fall. It's going to focus on Indigenous women, and the Centertown Community Association, is going to organize a welcome committee with gift baskets to welcome these women to our community. It's really wonderful. They specifically said they wanted to push back against any negative sentiments. So that's a good news story. I'm really excited. And if we can engage community, because I think the more we meet each other, the more we realize that we're neighbors. So thank you so much. I'm very excited about this project.
Thank you so much, Councillor. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for all your hard work on this. We're going in the right direction, absolutely. And I think we're very excited that we're making progress on our commitment to end homelessness. And homelessness is everywhere. It does exist in Bay Ward. We're finding people sleeping in all places. And it's a concern to everyone. I have to ask about this because this has come up several times, is we find that there are homeless people who keep pets, and that is the reason they can't go into a shelter. And I don't know, it's been one of those awkward things to have to deal with, but it's a reality of what's out there and the kinds of, and obviously there's that's important to them, but it certainly makes it difficult. How are they being handled in this?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. It is a big challenge, and we certainly recognize that across the sector. And going back to what we said, people recognize there's challenges with safety going into shelters. I think number two, again, anecdotally, would be that issue of having pets. So one of the things I think this strategy really supports is that we want to make transitions into housing as quickly as possible. And that's the best way I think we can transition people back to their pets. So currently what we do, in some instances, especially, we of course always support if it's a service animal. We do accommodate through our various other housing options, whether it be the family shelter system, that kind of thing, where they're service animals. But of course, where they're just pets and they're not designated service animals, we work with various partners in the community that are excellent, and really hats off to them. Through different community supports and I'll say hoteling space for your pet as well. And then we try and work as quickly as possible to transition them back into shelters, or not shelter spaces, housing, so they can get back with their pets. So we really do, as much as possible, accommodate. Of course, within the family shelter system, there are some areas that do allow pets. So that's a really positive thing on the family shelter side. Certainly on the single side, that's an ongoing struggle. And we do know a number of people who are unsheltered will choose to be that so they can be with their pets. So something certainly we want to be addressing as we move forward and develop that shelter strategy. And we do regularly work with our shelter partners where possible to be able to accommodate pets.
Thank you. We've heard from our delegations about the savings that are made when people are sheltered rather than homeless, that it actually is far more expensive to have homeless people with all the services they require. And one of the outstanding points in your document is that we need that support from federal and provincial partners. Is that getting through to them that this is actually a savings, that that by supplying the funds to end homelessness, that they're actually saving money?
Through you, Madam Chair, and absolutely right, Councillor. Keeping people in an emergency state is more expensive than than housing people. So, but one of the situations that, as was described today, as we're seeing, is that we do have a serious, affordable housing crisis, and very, very difficult to even with housing allowances or housing benefits and with the supports in place, is to find adequate, appropriate, safe housing for people in the community. So hats off to all of our community partners who work so hard every day. And like Peter Tilley talked about, 428 people that they've housed. That is amazing. I mean, they deserve medals for doing what they're doing under very, very difficult circumstances.
I appreciate that. Is the Rapid Housing Initiative enough? Is what more, will it help us out, and what more should we be asking for?
Yes, the Rapid Rehousing Initiative, it's really geared to really wrapping their supports around the individuals and in the very, very early stages, and making sure that we remove all barriers to accessing housing and providing the supports they need to get out of this shelter system as soon as possible. So we need to work with our community partners and look at what are the ways that we can improve that, and then also what the resourcing would look like to make it more effective.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of that, the motion that came forward as part of this, do you like, how do you interpret that? Like, I'm thinking, part of me is thinking there are some facilities that are meant to be shelters only. The mission has several programs that help people find housing and etc. But there are some facilities that are solely shelters. Do you foresee any interpretation issues in terms of what that motion aims to bring?
No, we don't see any interpretation issues. Right now in our shelter standards and in our shelter contracts, we have a housing first provision. So it really aligns well with what we're doing right now.
Great. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for all the good work that has been done on this report. I share the sentiments of my colleagues that we are definitely moving in the right direction. And it's heartening to hear that come also from the sector as well. The people who are helping our most vulnerable in our community every day in, day out, each year. So that's very important. I do have some specific questions though. As we know, or as you would know, functional zero is a dynamic milestone that indicates a community has solved homelessness for a population such as people who are experiencing chronic homelessness or veterans. Reaching and sustaining this milestone is in service of building a future where homelessness is rare, brief, and non-recurring. While functional zero is not specifically referenced in this report, I don't think I saw that term, and notwithstanding the resources necessary to end chronic homelessness by the end of this term, which I fully agree with Councillor Carr should be our target. I was curious, is it the city's intent at a minimum to reach functional zero for chronic homelessness by the end of this 10-year housing and homelessness plan?
Through you, Chair, yes, that is the goal. And when we say eliminating chronic homelessness, it's that functional zero definition that's part of that goal, attaining that goal.
Yeah, I appreciate that because I know that this is a mandatory legislative plan that municipalities have. And the fear, and I'm sure this is the fear across Ontario, is that, we keep on renewing this plan and we continue to have chronic homelessness. So I think, we have to demonstrate seriousness in terms of addressing it. I think that this strategy is a first step towards addressing this. My next question revolves around the by names list, and I bring this up in reference to Councillor Troster, who in the course of debate had noted that there are people who seem to be outside of the cracks. They're not on lists. And we know that a by name list is a real-time list of people experiencing homelessness in our community. It includes a robust set of data points that support coordinated access and prioritization to a household level, and an understanding of homeless inflow and outflow at a systems level. And we know that the province said that our lists across the province needed to be implemented by April 1st. So I'm just curious. I know it's a new thing that we're dealing with, but I'm wondering how accurate and effective is the city's by name list?
Through you, Chair. Thank you for the question. Very excitingly, Ottawa was actually far ahead of the curve on doing the by names list. So we've actually had it in place for a number of years. One of the really positive things that's actually within the last year, though, we have improved and strengthened our ability to track that by names list through our HIFIS system, which are our homelessness individuals and families information system. And we've actually onboarded a lot of other agencies where previously it was really limited to shelters, and we're expanding it much further across the shelter system. And that's to include groups like our outreach services, who works directly with the unsheltered population. And they will also, as they did before, but through an actual information system, directly be able to add to that by name list. So not only had we had one and we're improving, I think we're getting a much better data system in place to be able to track and respond and understand where these people are as they move through the system and continue those supports along the continuum.
Well, I appreciate that answer, because obviously without the data, we're not going to be able to manage our way or devise a way out of chronic homelessness. So I think it is important through all stages, including when, we have unsheltered residents in encampments, that we ensure that they're added to this list so we can track the needs, the requirements, and be able to better service those needs and requirements. My last, I guess, comment really is just an observation that I think that we are going in the right direction with the integrated hub. We saw this, or we see this emerging as a model in London. A month or two back, I attended a symposium on homelessness that was held by the Associations of Municipalities of Ontario. And, people were excited. I know that you said you haven't filled out information specifically in this report. It's important to listen to, I think, the sector as well as people with lived experience. But what I was hearing from that model in London was very exciting. And I had noted that people there were talking about a people-centric and housing-centric approach that's focused on collective impact, that's focused on the need to co-design coordinated response that ensures coordinated outreach, that ensures access to acute and primary health care, that ensures that there is integrated care planning across the sector, ensuring that people at the end of the day have a 24/7, 356 safe space, and that it's transitional to ensure that people are not in these conditions for long, that they are transitioned to permanent housing. So I guess, and I might know the answer to this question. I know that you haven't filled that out in the report, but London, Ontario refers to this as a whole of community system response. Is that the approach that we're going to undertake in the city of Ottawa?
Through you, Chair, absolutely.
And that's the question I was hoping, or the answer I was hoping for. Thank you, Chair.
And I love it because you had like 3 seconds left. So it was perfect timing. Concierge Plante.
Yeah, so Eric, pourrais-tu mettre les slides, s'il vous plaît? Okay, so I'm just, again, going to go pick some specific paragraphs out from the report, and I have some questions, but I just put them up there because I need visuals to guide me in a lot of ways. Anyways, On page 3, you say, should the homelessness system continue in its current trajectory, it is projected there will be need for 224 additional beds for single men and up to 69 additional beds for single women by the end of 2024. How do you arrive at these numbers in this formula?
Thanks for the question. So I'll get a little bit technical in the background of this answer, but happen to answer any follow-up here. So the way we do all of our calculations and projections is using data from that homelessness individuals families information system, which we actually fortunately have a large volume of previous data. We've been long users of that system, which gives us a really good ability to do modeling. So we worked with our social policy research and analytics group to do some modeling, and specifically we used an autoregressive integrated moving average model, which essentially just means that we take historical data, look at the projections based on that historical data to predict out on the future. So as you've noted up there, what that works out to is in the peak for 2023 will end up being about 646 for men in terms of a nightly demand, and that's 206 for women. So that's how we came up with that number of beds that are required. To break that down a little bit further, through the analysis that we did with that future prediction, it worked out to about an 8% difference year over year. So to give you a sense of how comfortable we are with that model and how accurate it has been predicting so far, and again, that was using the previous years, in May and April, month over month compared to 2022, we were between 8 and 9%. So that 8% prediction, which was utilized for this, we're fairly confident that that's an accurate projection and based on the model. And of course, we always go back, I'll say as well, and make adjustments as we see fluctuations in the shelter system. COVID, of course, was a great example of how things can change based on our normal models.
Thank you. And with that in mind, now I'm not on planning committee, but I was thinking maybe to reach out to someone who's possibly on this committee and on planning committee, and we can maybe do some sort of deputization to that committee in the future on the issue of having to streamline the permits and get things really going for the construction of affordable units. Now, I'm not asking you to do that right now, but I just, through my office, we may reach out to you with also a member of both committees to maybe arrange that in the future, if you're amenable to that. It's a question, I guess. Yes, Vazi.
Madam Chair, I would defer to the Chair of Planning.
Councillor, if I could just comment, all members of council are allowed to comment, delegate, attend, bring motions forward to any committee, even if they don't sit on it. You would just have to team up with somebody, and yes, absolutely involve the chair, but it's not closed whatsoever. And if you wish to do that, there's several of us here, but there's also others. So I'm sure we could figure it out.
Yeah, no, it was an invitation to them as well. Yeah, so we can talk about it after, just putting it out there. Okay, so next slide, please. Here on page 4, you talk about developing a winter response strategy, and I believe Councillor Carr touched upon this a little bit, to have sort of what you call an overflow center, which I am guessing is the new name for physical distancing. It's sort of where we would put people who currently do not have even a shelter bed. I was wondering if you have in mind here something on like a climate change lens, because, you know, as we talk about the generators who don't work in apartment buildings and people have to go somewhere to shower and to eat, we talk about, you know, prolonged electricity, like where people are living for a really long time without electricity at their home, when there's extensive heat, when there's really cold snaps. So I was just wondering if it's exclusively just for winter response, or is there something a little more 360 we can envision here?
Thank you. As mentioned earlier, I think I responded to a similar question. It is very specific in this report to the emergency shelter system. So our report is very specific.
Okay. That's almost 5 minutes. Do you want me to keep going or? Oh, okay. Okay, so on next slide, on page 5, you talk about developing a supportive housing community hub. I just have a simple question. Are there actual beds and units at this hub, or is it like a place you go, kind of like a Service Ottawa?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Chair. Yet to be designed. Our initial vision is to build a supportive housing building, a unit, a building with various number of units, and integrate clinical and other other services on site. The scale, scope, and details are yet to be defined.
Okay, thank you. And we saw in the interview with Chief Daguerre that Montreal had costed, and Councillor Kavanagh sort of touched upon this, housed versus unhoused. Toronto has also done that similar calculation to sort of support their housing goals. Have we done that calculation here in Ottawa?
Through you, Chair, we have similar, we're able to calculate, the costing per person based on those different programs and different shelters. It's very consistent across the board. When you compare different cities, there's not much variation.
So
yes.
what is the cost in Ottawa? Like in Montreal, they mentioned, I believe it was 20,000 for supportive housing and 60 for homeless. Do we have similar numbers here?
I'd have to do an analysis, but suffice to say, we can give you a more precise analysis of the supportive housing costs in Ottawa, because not all supportive housing programs are the same. Some provide high-end medical care, for example, which will increase your cost. So I wouldn't want to give you, an answer that would not be reflective of the actual situation.
Thank
I
you.
would be pleased to provide you with that analysis.
Okay, thank you. Next slide. So on page 11, this is really exciting. It's currently supporting the Ottawa Aboriginal Coalition to develop an Indigenous housing and homelessness plan. Now, I have the highest amount of Inuit population outside of Nunavut in my ward. I was wondering if there's, can we keep getting updates on this? Is there a council person who can be like just an observer on this committee? If you could just provide more details.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Chair. Yes, we are also very excited to work with the Ottawa Aboriginal Coalition and the partners around that table and others on how we can support as a municipality the Indigenous housing strategy. The community is defining the Indigenous housing strategy, and I think that they would love the opportunity to present it at a future date. We can certainly bring that opportunity to them once they're ready.
Okay. And in my word anyway, in the emergency shelter system, my understanding is about 30% of the clients are Indigenous. Do you know if the shelters have a requirement to have some sort of reconciliation training or Indigenous staff? Is there any requirement on that end?
So currently in both the emergency shelter standards and the traditional housing program standards, there is a requirement not specific to training, but there's very specific requirements outlined for service to Indigenous clients. So there was a section we collaborated with the Aboriginal Community Advisory Board during the shelter standards inception that outlined the different requirements they'd like to see as part of the shelter standards. So there is, like I said, in both documents, quite a long section on what those requirements are. And of course, as part of our inspections that we do yearly at all of the shelters, we do make sure, and there's various checks and balances in place to make sure that they're following those portions of the standards.
Okay. Next slide. So it's, okay. It says, per the motion approved by council on March 8th, the city was to explore supportive housing options using the third round of rapid housing initiative. Staff did apply this direction to the RHI project submitted under the city's streams, which received CMHC approval. Approval for the project submitted under the project streams is expected before the end of 2023. So we're at June 27th. I was just wondering if we had an update.
Yes, through you, Chair. Yes, thank you for the question. We did get an update on the city stream, the one supportive housing project. We were successful.
Oh.
We were supposed to hear about the 3 other projects under the project stream by June 15th. We've been notified that they are late in their assessment, so that those responses are still pending. And then the plan is to send council a memo advising you of the outcome of the RHI funding in relation to the motion from Councillor King as well.
Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. So, I don't know if that's right. No, next one, sorry, next slide. So it says, as a result of the implementation of PDCs, the community shelter system has seen an organic shift with marked success in the way in which its services are being delivered and shelter placement options are being assessed. When you did this assessment, did you look at the impacts to children whose recreation programming was disturbed during this time?
Through you, Chair. Yes, absolutely. That is part of the criteria that I mentioned earlier. That's also a subject of the report. Yes.
Thank you. And could you, so I just wanted to introduce this video to everyone. We have at Bernard-Gramait a hockey program for Syrian refugees, which is partially sponsored by Canadian Tire. And I know, Dan, you know what I'm talking about. So I just wanted to play this video.
I'm just going to flag that this would be the second video. We have 31 seconds on the clock.
It's not long.
It's a minute. And I just want to respect the fact that we have a lot of people who have questions about this item, but we also have another very, in-depth item on the agenda for which we have delegations and representatives from the guiding council and things. So I'm going to ask, if you have a question specific to the video, or if you have a question for staff, you have 31 seconds left to do it. I would ask you send the video around. Send it as an email. I'm sure all of our colleagues, myself included, would love to see this video, but we can't be sitting here watching videos when we need to have staff answer our questions because those questions.
It's related to the video.
Well, you know what? I'm going to ask you to send it around as a video clip. The 2 videos in 1 question period is a lot to take. And I think once again, we all have to have opportunities to ask the questions that we need to get to the facts of the issue so that we can approve something legitimately. I would have appreciated, maybe you should have picked this video instead of that one, but we'll know for next time. Feel free to have your team send it around to all of us. And I'm sure we would like to see it.
Can I ask a question related to
Absolutely. You still have time to ask a question.
Yep. So I was just wondering when will the hockey season at Bernard-Gramait?
Through you, Chair, we cannot answer that question, given that we're still at Bernard-Gramait, and we would be working with colleagues from Recreation, Culture, and Facility Services to determine when, at the soonest, programming could restart there, pending our leaving. So to be determined.
Could I just interrupt for a second? I know Mr. Chenier is here, and I'm sorry to put you on the spot there, Dan, but we've kept you this long. If you have some insight into that, that'd be appreciated.
Thank you, Chair. Really, the intent is for this fall, if the shelter winds down operation as currently thought, then ice allocation would begin for mid to later fall, probably October, November, in terms of the first groups accessing. And that is contingent on the current idea that the shelter would wind up operations sometime around the end of the summer. We would have the facility back and are able to start a cleanup, maintenance, building up the ice type of thing. Again, contingent on a date that the shelter would leave.
So sorry, did you say mid to late November?
Yes, and generally that would for a building like Bernard-Gramait, we would, if the shelter wasn't there, we might have early ice in late September where groups start to do casual bookings, those kinds of things. But the real pressure comes mid-October on type of thing. So that's what we would aim for if we were returning it to a full season of ice.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Troster.
Promise this is fast. I just have a quick data question, Chair. And so Kayla, you might be the one. How many people do we believe are chronically homeless in the city right now? And do we know what percentage would be considered high acuity?
So in terms of, I can provide the numbers for the PDCs because I have them right in front of me, but in terms of chronic homelessness, we're usually looking around 50%-ish kind of thing at any given time. And as I mentioned, about 50% of entries into the shelter I can get you the exact numbers too, but are new to the shelter system. And then in terms of the acuity, just based on what we usually do, as Katie had alluded to during her delegation, around 10 to 15% is usually the correct number. I will mention as well, we use the service prioritization decision assistance tool as our metric for measuring acuity currently in the shelter system. And there is some level of subjectivity to that, and people are fluid, but I think that 10 to 15% is what we would see.
Okay, so 300 to 500 people are chronically homeless in our city? You said it's about half, right?
So I can pull the numbers for you. I don't have them.
Okay, you
right
can
in
send
front
them
of
to
you,
me
but,
later. I'm just
of
really
course,
curious
yeah,
because
yeah.
I end up quoting that 300 to 500 or 500 to 700 number. I just want to make sure that we're.
Absolutely. I can send that to you in one moment here.
Thank you so
Thanks.
much.
Thank you very much. What we're going to do is we're going to have the direction on the screen first. And I'm going to ask Councillor King if he wants to wrap up on his direction.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Once again, I'd really like to thank staff for the fact that we're moving in the right direction with this integrated transition to housing strategy. With 198 units projected to be coming online, with enhanced housing allowances for singles, with system changes proposed and greater coordination with sector partners and people with lived experience, and the proposal of an integrated supportive housing community hub, which we've acknowledged that we need to co-design and coordinate in terms of our response with the community. And in order to do that, I think we need to acknowledge that enhanced flexibility is important. And we understand the need to delegate authority to staff to deal with the ongoing housing and homelessness emergency. But while no one should go unsheltered in our city, we need to ensure our collective focus is on permanent housing, and that being housing first and supportive housing investments targeted at permanent solutions rather than semi-permanent solutions. So I understand the need to have this tool in our toolbox. I just hope that we never have to use it. And I'm sure everybody shares that feeling around this table. We know that the dignity of providing permanent housing solutions to all residents should be our focus, and I believe it's the focus of staff. If we're focused on prioritizing permanent housing solutions over a reliance on using recreational facilities as shelters, which we saw in the previous motions that we had presented at our first meeting, then we must also ensure that as a city we work so that we do not ever need to exercise the use of a semi-permanent shelter option. If the city has to use this emergency measure, then we will need fulsome, transparent information concerning that decision. And that's why, as a consequence, I moved this direction, which was derived with staff input. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And I do understand staff and you work very closely and that they are willing to accept this direction.
Yes.
Wonderful. Perfect. Thank you very much. We will now move on to the Councillor Carr motion. Councillor Carr, if you wanted to just wrap up on your motion.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to everyone. Today we've heard from staff, stakeholders, partners, council members who all agree on one thing, that we need to house people first. No one should be chronically homeless. We want to avoid the use of the shelter system for permanent housing. People need the dignity of homes. And as we move, we've heard this commitment over and over again from Housing First. So all the whereas clauses in the motion speak to all of the commitments we hear from the federal government, from the provincial government, from the municipality. So it's just really reiterating how important that is. And we just want to make sure as we move forward, we can see that there is a prediction that we're going to need more shelter beds in the data that staff produced. We want to make sure if we have to bring any shelters online or any shelters that are currently in existence, we want to make sure that they're demonstrating their principles of housing first. And I'll just get staff to comment if they support the motion as presented as well. Just a concurrence.
Through you, Chair, yes, we support the motion.
Excellent. So yeah, don't have any questions, but thank you very much.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. So I'm going to ask, is this item carried? Is this motion carried? Carried. Okay, wonderful. Really, before we just go to the vote for the report recommendations, I want to thank staff. I want to profusely thank staff for everything you've done. You know, Councillor Carr said it in her comments much earlier in the conversation. You know, at this beginning of this term of council, we had people in record centers on cots. We still do. And that's not the place for anyone. No one belongs there. They don't want to be there. They deserve better. And staff were tasked with this enormous challenge of coming up with a strategy, a plan, an actual action that the city can take to help mitigate that from happening and to start on the right path towards ending chronic homelessness. And this is what you've brought before us. So I do really want to thank you, Kale, Paul, Clara, the whole team. I see there's others here and those who are not. So a lot of excellent work, a lot of interactions with my colleagues here and those on council to just hit that right note. So thank you so much for that. So are the report recommendations carried? Carried? Excellent. Thank you very much. Okay, we're moving on to the next item. Yes, if you have to stretch or anything, we won't take a break though, because we do have people in the audience who have been waiting for a while, so we'll keep moving along. We have the community safety and well-being, mental well-being priority progress update. That's the safer alternatives for mental health and substance use crisis response. My understanding is we have a presentation from staff, so we'll proceed with the presentation. Okay, if I can ask everybody to take their seats, we'll keep going. So we do have a presentation from staff, and I'm assuming, Sarah, are you leading this presentation? And you're going to introduce the whole team here? Wonderful. Okay, so I'm going to kick it over to Sarah for the presentation.
Good afternoon. It is a great day for community and social services today. We have before you another very important piece of work. So I will start us off. And I'd like to start off by thanking the Ottawa Guiding Council for Mental Health and Addictions, the Secretariat members who are here today, for their vision, leadership, compassion, and community commitment. Thank you. With us today are Michelle James, Co-Chair, Ottawa Guiding Council for Mental Health and Addictions. Beside me, Joan Riggs, who has facilitated the Guiding Council work over the last couple of years. Liz Wigful, Secretariat Co-Director, Ottawa Guiding Council for Mental Health and Addictions. And Sahada Alolo, Secretariat Co-Director, Ottawa Guiding Council for Mental Health and Addictions. Syra, is she here today? No? Okay. And Jessica is not here today. Okay. All right. So that's the team here at the table with me. I would also like to thank the 11 networks that represent 150 organizations that form the Guiding Council throughout Ottawa, and above all, the over 1,000 community members who, with lived experience, who shared their perspectives courageously, ideas, voices with us. J'aimerais également remercier les 11 réseaux qui représentent 150 organismes qui forment le Conseil d'orientation à travers Ottawa, et surtout les membres de la communauté et les personnes ayant une expérience vécue, qui ont été plus de 1000 personnes, à nous faire part de leur point de vue, de leurs idées et de leurs opinions. I could not also go on without acknowledging Sarah Taylor, the Director of Community Safety, Wellbeing Policy and Analytics, here beside me. Sarah and her wonderful team have done the lion's share of heavy lifting on the city side in support of the work of the Guiding Council. This has been tremendously important work. And I would also like to acknowledge other departments who are part of both the Guiding Council and the Community Safety and Wellbeing Community Advisory Group, like the paramedic services, Ottawa Public Health, the Ottawa Police, for being around the table and supporting us to build this alternative response for mental health and substance use crises. As a member of the Guiding Council, a key partner and a funder, we are proud to bring this report forward to you today. This report speaks to the goal of establishing a process where integrated teams, so clinical, peer, and social work supports, are dispatched to respond to mental health and substance use crisis through an alternative to 911 and a fourth option. Ce rapport évoque l'objectif de mettre en place un processus qui permet de répartir des équipes intégrées, médicales, de soutien par les pairs, de services sociaux, afin de répondre aux problèmes de santé mentale et de consommation de substances par le biais d'un numéro autre que le 911, ainsi qu'une quatrième option pour le 911. We have heard from the community and emergency response providers that mental well-being crises situations are at historic levels, and we know this. We've heard this already today here at this committee. You will also hear today that people who are racialized, Black, or Indigenous have experienced disproportionate trauma through existing systems. In our field of work as municipal leaders, we have the opportunity to help those who are in crisis to get the appropriate response at the outset of a crisis before reaching a critical point. And we have a responsibility to ensure that those services are equitable and do not cause further harm. This alternative for mental health and substance use crisis response prototype is about systems change. It is about doing things differently. If approved, this response prototype will be the beginning for real change. I could not be prouder of the work done to date, and I thank again the Guiding Council for their leadership. I'd like now to ask Sarah and the members of the Guiding Council Secretariat here today to present the report and its contents.
Thank you, Clara. Next slide, please. In 2018, the Ontario Solicitor General passed the Safer Ontario Act, requiring all municipalities to have a community safety and well-being plan. The planning framework included 4 key areas: social development, prevention, risk intervention, and incident response. In this framework, the province speaks to the majority of investments, time, and resources spent on developing and enhancing social development, prevention, and risk intervention strategies to reduce the number of families, individuals, and communities that reach the point of requiring an incident response. Also acknowledging the important work to explore more efficient and effective ways of delivering services, including frontline incident response, to ensure those in crisis are receiving the proper supports for the most appropriate service provider. Following the passage of this legislation, Ottawa then went on a 2-year journey to define what community and safety well-being means to Ottawa residents and what our priorities are. Following a 2-year intensive data collection and consultation process, in October 2021, City Council approved Ottawa's first community safety and well-being plan. Next slide, please. The ultimate goal of community safety and well-being planning is to achieve sustainable communities where everyone is safe, has a sense of belonging, opportunities to participate, and where individuals and families are able to meet their needs for education, healthcare, food, housing, income, and social and cultural expression. The provincial legislation quotes, "The success of society is linked to the well-being of each and every individual." Ottawa's Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan has the 6 priorities you see here on the slide. In 2022, staff made important progress in year 1, establishing the operational infrastructure required for sustained success, including the appointment of advisory committee members, establishing a performance measurement and evaluation framework, and continued progress against the implementation plan. This includes working closely with stakeholders to build a strong foundation for the plan by conducting research, mapping the landscape, and leading discussions on how to build on successful work already occurring within Ottawa. So today's presentation will focus on one of the strategies within the mental well-being priority. Next slide, please. Specifically on working with partners to explore safer alternatives for mental health crisis response. The goal of this strategy is to improve access to mental well-being and substance use support and services, with outcomes defined in the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan as fewer mental well-being crisis situations handled by police, and that there's more follow-up monitoring and support for individuals in crisis. Next slide, please. In January of 2021, the Ottawa Police Services Board approved the Police Services Mental Health Strategy, which recommended the establishment of an arm's-length community-led body to explore alternatives for a mental health crisis. The Guiding Council's terms of reference describe the catalyst for the creation around recent Ottawa Police Services interventions of incidents involving community members, particularly Indigenous and Black members with mental health issues that resulted in injury or their deaths. The consistent chronic underfunding of mental health and addiction services and programs, a disproportionate and inappropriate reliance on police services to respond to the mental health and substance use crisis, chronic gaps in appropriate programs, services, and response strategies for Indigenous, Black, and racialized community members, the mobilization of the Black Lives Matter movement internationally that focused attention on the relationship between police and racialized communities, and locally in Ottawa, the work of the Justice for Abdi Coalition. While that work was happening, the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan was finalizing its consultations, which included residents' voice in the desire for an alternate response. City Council then directed the city manager to align the efforts of the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan with those of the Ottawa Police Services Board and the Arm's Length Guiding Council. The city manager then approached the Guiding Council to take on a leadership of this strategy as it relates to the commitments within the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan. Next slide, please. That work led to the establishment of the Guiding Council Secretariat in April of 2022, which has completed the work that has brought us where we are today, which we'll talk through in the upcoming slides. I'd like to hand it over to Liz, Joan, and Michelle to provide an overview of the Guiding Council and some of that work. Next slide, please.
Thanks so much, Sarah. Thank you for having us here to speak to this. So here on this slide, you can see the network of 11 organizations that came together to form the Guiding Council. I want to preface this with this work started out hesitantly. There was a lot of challenges to bringing folks to the table. There were a lot of past harms that needed to be addressed within the community before we could move forward. And I do want to credit Joan Riggs with supporting and facilitating those initial conversations, particularly with OPS services, as well as some of the original members of the Guiding Council, including the Ottawa Black Mental Health Coalition, Community Development Framework, and OLIP, among others. This group has come together and been working diligently to continue these conversations and to work towards the strategy, which we were so pleased to be able to share with everyone yesterday. The time that it took to gain the trust and the engagement of not only the community, but the other partners that would eventually come to the table. And that includes the paramedics who were in the process of delivering a pilot, which has since been funded permanently, as well as some of the other organizations, including community, the Coalition of Community Health and Resource Centers. These 11 networks really represent over 150 organizations that are working in your communities right now on the ground, delivering mental health and support services to people who are in need. Many of these organizations are engaging in crisis response without the benefit of funding and without the mandate of responding to crisis response. And yet they are there in the communities. These are the people that folks are calling when they are in crisis. And so it was really important when we were forming and coalescing as a group to ensure that we were including as many voices as possible and as many networks as possible within the table, as well as welcoming presentations and learnings from other organizations and other groups that could benefit the work that we were doing. So looking at other areas that were engaging in alternate responses, as well as looking at the different organizations who are currently engaged in this work in other markets and learning from them as far as best practices and some of the approaches that have been effective in other communities. Do you want to add anything? Okay. So that's all I wanted to say about the members. I also want to mention that this configuration is what has brought us to this point. We will need many, many more hands to support this work. And so if you will envision that this group and this collection of organizations and networks will evolve over time to include the skill sets and the expertise that will be needed for the other phases, including implementation, working with peers, et cetera, that you'll see in the report. So thank you.
Thank you. Next slide, please. So as Clara mentioned, Community and Social Services has been an active member of the Guiding Council since its inception. And most recently, that includes also providing backbone support for the financial strategy and feasibility analysis that you see in today's report. As the funder, Community and Social Services currently has $550,000 in our base budget to support the work of the Guiding Council and the alternate response. Funding to date has contributed to current state research for the emergency crisis system in Ottawa, as well as comparator research of 4 leading municipalities across North America. A deep dive to better understand the call volumes of current mental health calls to 911, providing support to the consultations and support to the Secretariat in 2023. Next slide, please.
Hello. So I will be talking about the process that we embarked on to get here. We were hired, Liz and I, as the Secretariat Directors for the Ottawa Garden Council for Mental Health. Once we came on board, we hit the ground running, and we established a robust strategy to make sure that we are reaching community members who otherwise will not have their voices heard, but affected the most. And so our strategy included reaching out to people on the streets, going to the shelters and talking to people. We talked to community members and also talked to service providers, so we can get the service provider point of view as well as the community members as well. Our study process methodology included literature review, where we actually looked into existing literature to find what is already existing and what are some of the best practices. We also engaged people with lived experiences reference group that we created at the very initial stages. And this group of people, 11 members, joined us on this journey. All in all, we spoke to over 1,200 individuals through community focus group consultations. Some were online, others were in person. We also conducted interviews, one-on-one interviews, where we couldn't reach people to come to consultations. We also did a survey, and through all of that, we were able to reach the 1,200 residents of Ottawa.
Next slide, please. Good afternoon, bon après-midi. I'm going to go over the recommendations that came out of our project. So, and you can find this report. I have copies for you if you would like them. These recommendations came first and foremost from the community. This is what people told us they wanted, and we triangulated the research with the literature review that was done, the environmental scan of what's happening in other cities, and we looked at also the 911 deep dive and other reports and research that has been done in Ottawa in the last couple of years. So first and foremost, we would like to see a strategy that centers racial equity in mental health and substance use crisis response. We know from talking to people, but we've known this in the city for a long time, that Black and racialized people tend to have more difficult experiences in mental health and substance use crisis. And so that's why we want to have this at the center. So part of that is increasing access to Black and racialized mental health professionals, expanding safer spaces for African and Caribbean and Black communities and other racialized communities, and ensuring that particular groups within that, so having mental health substance use crisis centers specifically for the Somali population and for Black Francophone population, and ensuring that we're designing culturally appropriate services as well, and making changes to organizational policies, procedures, and processes to address racism. The second pillar of this is to center equity for specific communities in mental health and substance use crisis response. So this means expanding safer spaces for street-involved community members and people experiencing homelessness, and establishing new and expanding existing services to people in rural areas. So we don't want to leave anyone behind. The third pillar is to increase collaboration, communication, and coordination across Ottawa's mental health and substance use crisis response system. So there is already coordination, collaboration happening, but it could be better. The first and foremost, we want to establish a no wrong door approach to accessing crisis response services, and Sarah will speak to that shortly. And develop and implement a community-based model for crisis response, which she'll speak about as well. The fourth pillar is to increase funding to support and expand services that community organizations are already providing. So we know that they are providing these services. They don't necessarily have the capacity or the funding to do it, but they're having to do it. So we want to strengthen existing community services by increasing their capacity, expanding the existing programs, and expanding staff training programs. Another important piece of this is to invest in peer support programs, because that is a central tenet of these recommendations. And finally, we want to address structural stigma in first responder and healthcare institutions and create policies, processes, and protocols with the involvement of people with lived experience and living experience. Create a client-centered model, and provide mental health and substance use resources that are on par with resources for physical health. It's just not at the same level. And so this is really important. And also establishing mechanisms to monitor how well we're doing in decreasing stigma. Next slide, please.
Okay, this is my favorite slide because I drew this. I want to talk a little bit about this, this diagram, because this really is sort of a visual representation of our end goal, which is to essentially put ourselves out of work. At the top of the teardrop, you'll see the crisis, 24/7 crisis response, and that's really what we're talking about today. But you'll notice that within the community safety and well-being, the pillar that we are under is mental well-being, not mental health crisis, right? So we want to be able to move folks and funding out of this crisis point at the top of the tier and down into the bottom two circles where you see wellness being fostered. So that's, connecting folks to the supports and services that they need just to live. But then also when they enter into points of distress, they go into that orange zone where we have a full complement of coordinated supports and services that are able to support folks and prevent them from going into crisis and keep them down in the lower part of that teardrop, cycling around in well-being as well as social and community supportive environments. When we look at the top part of this teardrop, we see we need a coordinated effort, and that is really what has happened with the Guiding Council and with this report, is looking at who are all the players involved in crisis response currently, and how can we work together to ensure that every single person who requires support in crisis, regardless of who they call, they will be receiving compassionate, humane care. That is not always the case. For many folks in our community, and for many folks in our community, they aren't even calling because they don't even trust that they will receive basic, compassionate, humane care. And so this model and this goal and vision of ours is to really encompass and address not only the crisis that is happening at the top of the teardrop, but also ensure that we are empowering and fostering mental well-being at the bottom of the teardrop so that most people are remaining at the bottom and cycling between wellness and then support when they are in distress so that they go back to wellness. You'll see at the top half when we talk about distress and then post-crisis, there are steps that we could be doing to prevent folks having to call 911 or an alternative number at all. But we're not doing those things right now. And so again, the focus and the goal of the Guiding Council has been to address this immediate crisis response, but always with the vision that the real need is down at the bottom of the teardrop in shoring up people and empowering communities and individuals to be active in their own well-being and their own care. I think it's really important to recognize that this involves the coordination and the support of multiple organizations and multiple institutions, including police, including paramedics, including the hospitals, including the community health and resource centers, and including the city. This initiative is just the beginning of what we hope can be the fostering of a more compassionate city overall. Next slide.
Thank you, Michelle, Liz, and Zahada. So Michelle spoke to this a little bit. So acknowledging, as she just discussed, that the alternate response is one sliver of how we look at mental well-being in the city. The service vision for the safer alternative response is that there's no wrong door approach, so that as the work moves forward, Ottawa City residents will be able to access a variety of services based on their choosing, based on their desired entry point. That the services they receive are compassionate, culturally appropriate, and person-centered. And these two result together in improved well-being for all Ottawa residents, being connected to wraparound sustainable services. Next slide, please. So the proposed and recommended alternate response has two main components that I'll talk through now. The first is a diversion from 911. So based on what we heard clearly from residents not wanting to call 911 or feeling comfortable doing so, as well as the comparator research for other municipalities. As an example, Toronto currently contracts with 211. We're looking to establish an alternate phone number where residents could call to access the 24/7 community-based response team. So based on discussions with comparator cities as well as Ottawa-based market research, the estimated cost for this non-911 call dispatch would be $500,000 annually. So as a resident, you call this non-911 number. The next piece is that you would go through a triage and dispatch. The people who would respond would be a community-based, civilian-led, multidisciplinary response team. So that's a lot of words to describe that it would be plainclothes, non-uniformed, mental health or other professionals. Examples in other cities include psychiatrists, social workers, mental health professionals, outreach workers, as well as in what we heard from our residents clearly was having peer support as a component of that. And research in the mental health space shows that peer support can be especially impactful to create a space of trust, stability, and ongoing support for individuals' pathways to care. So this specialized team would respond, support the individual in crisis, and then as part of the community-based agency that we would contract with, they would provide follow-up wraparound supports. And so when we talk about wraparound supports, that means that they would work with the individual to understand what their needs are. So if it's a housing need, they would ensure they're connected with a housing caseworker. If it's Ontario Works they need, we ensure they connect with an Ontario Works caseworker. If they need mental health supports, it's working to get them on the appropriate waiting lists. Where we've seen success in other cities is having a 48-hour follow-up response after the point in time in crisis. So again, that agency where this 24/7 based team is housed would work with other resources there to respond to the individual within crisis. The goal then is that they follow them up to, we've heard service standards for kind of up to 3 months, but until they're stabilized through a system of support where possible. And if they have to follow longer after, then doing so. So the model is not only about a 24/7 crisis response, but creating community-based wraparound supports to stabilize and hopefully ensure the person doesn't relapse into crisis again. So again, in discussions with other comparator cities in North America, internally with our subject matter experts and looking at things such as applications we've previously received for outreach teams through the community funding framework, we estimate the cost for a 24/7 mobile crisis response team with enhanced peer support at $1.5 million annually. Next slide, please. As we look towards the service provision costs that I just discussed, there's also associated project infrastructure costs that are outlined here. Again, based on our discussions with other municipalities in North America, as well as applying our own Ottawa context knowledge of the work that's happened over the past year. And this project infrastructure costs provide for critical funding pieces such as the training of the team, ensuring strong performance measurement and evaluation. So we have good data to understand how we're successful, where there's opportunities to continuously improve, and what expansion could look like down the line, as well as dedicated community and city staff resources to lead the implementation of this new service delivery model within the City of Ottawa. Next slide, please. So the proposed funding that I just reviewed is based on starting in one geographic location of the city. This is again looking at other cities across North America and how they started and scaled, as well as based on discussions in the guiding council to ensure we start at a scale that we feel is manageable to and appropriately resourced to have a strong response that we're then able to evaluate, collect data around, and then again, ensure we understand what a thoughtful expansion would look like. Based on our discussions with other cities in Canada, most recently Toronto, who's implemented a very similar model, we anticipate there's about a year's worth of work from when the report is approved and funding is confirmed until when we'd be able to launch. And there are activities that take time that we need to implement and move through, such as procurement, both of the alternate phone number, as well as the community agency or agencies where their response would be housed. Then allowing those organizations time to hire and train staff, as well as the time needed to develop clear processes and procedures with our partners, such as Ottawa Police Services, around what call diversion will look like. If the report is approved by council, by this committee today, and then by council on July 12th, we will communicate back to council via memo in the beginning of the fall with a detailed implementation timeline, appreciating there's a lot of commitment and excitement and a desire for urgency where possible, given some of the crisis we've heard about in conversations today, to move these timelines up. Next slide, please. In terms of the selection of the geographic location, based on the continued governance framework that's been put in place, that decision would be selected by the guiding council using a mixed methods approach of both quantitative data along with the qualitative expertise of the service providers, as Michelle mentioned, that cover all mental health and substance use services across the city. And so the quantitative data sets you see listed on the slide would provide a starting point. The subject matter expertise of the guiding council members would then be layered on to ensure we're meeting the vision and objective of the plan as it's been outlined with you today. And there are data limitations with some of the data that are on the slide today. You heard from Sahada and Liz that while we are using mental health and substance use related calls to 911 currently, there are a lot of individuals who don't feel comfortable calling 911. And so while the data is not perfect, based on our current state analysis as well as comparator research, we believe these are strong proxy data sets for where there are issues within the Ottawa community currently. Next slide, please. So the proposed funding strategy in 2024, we would use the $550,000 that's currently allocated to the Community Safety and Wellbeing Office as part of our base budget to support this work. This creates a $2.4 million gap that we would fill with one time from the tax stabilization reserve. I'll speak during this time, we would also look to leverage funding from other levels of government, which I'll speak a bit about on the next slide, but partners such as Ottawa Police Services have agreed to partner and support us on applications to other levels of government for funding. If those funding asks weren't $2.1 million, which is also currently part of the Community Safety and Wellbeing's base budget for a funding allocation we call the Community Safety and Wellbeing Fund. Currently, that fund has three priorities, which are culturally appropriate employment, mentorship, and skills development for racialized youth. mental health promotion, prevention, intervention, and outreach services, and mental health to Indigenous residents and prevention of violence against women and girls. That funding is currently being used to provide 3-year grant funding for capacity building to 19 agencies. The funding is up at the end or mid-2025, and we would reallocate that full funding pot to fill the budget gap to complete the rest of the funding required for this alternate response. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, even with the approval of the funding strategy discussed on the previous slide, we'll continue to explore funding from other levels of government. The Ontario Solicitor General holds the legislation through the Police Services Act for community safety wellbeing plans. The municipality isn't able to access grants, but Ottawa Police Services is, and they are continuing to be an active partner in applying for grants for this program on behalf of the city and the community. Ontario Health, both the provincial and the federal government have recently made large funding commitments to the mental health and substance use space, and we would continue to monitor those and work to, when funding allocation are announced, we would look to identify where there may be opportunity to access funding through those levels of government as well. Next slide, please. So I just want to thank you for your time and attention today. And before we close and hand it off, Chair, if you don't mind, Joan Riggs would just like to share a little bit about the Indigenous mental wellbeing health strategy.
Thanks, everybody. You'll notice in both the report and the strategy that the Ottawa Aboriginal Coalition did not participate in the guiding council, not because we didn't support the work, and we do continue to support the work. In 2020, during COVID, we had already started our own Indigenous mental health and wellbeing strategy. And so, and it's already evolved so that it's really starting from some pretty very different places, and particularly starting with what a person can do to restore their own wellness. So we're looking forward to sharing that with you. It is actually available, but just so you know, we have been working with city staff on different elements of that, including our first thing that came out of our COVID research was people needed land. And so we've been working closely with the city to really find land for programming and ceremony. And so that's been part of the work we've been doing, but it is definitely consistent with the work that the Guiding Council has done. So if you're wondering why Indigenous isn't there, it is, but it's in a different context.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll ask you to stick around, but we're going to go to delegations first. We have 2 delegations. We have Robin Brown, who will be followed by Caitlin Griggs. So if I can ask Mr. Brown to come to this table, that'd be appreciated.
Good afternoon. I'm here to argue that the Mental Health Response Pilot Project, which you'll be asked to recommend to Council today, will do little to make any of us any safer, especially those it's most meant to help. I will also argue that the project is an example of what we call collective resistance. Now, let me explain what I mean. So last year, I attended the United Way's Leveraging Our Strengths conference focused on implementation of equity, diversity, and inclusion initiatives. And there was a woman from the Tamarack Institute who came to describe a method that they use to work called collective impact. And she put a definition up on the screen. And when she did, an alternative definition immediately popped in my head. So I'm going to read hers, and then I'll read the alternative definition. So here's hers. Collective impact is a network of community, members, organizations, and institutions that advance equity by learning together, aligning, and integrating their actions to achieve systems level change. And when you put that up, what popped into my head was collective resistance is a network of community members, organizations, and institutions that impede movement toward real equity by working together, aligning, and integrating their actions, resulting in resistance to systems level change. Now, while doing the work of the Hub, 613-819 Black Hub, we noticed that there's organizations that engage in collective resistance that get government money to do things that help people in crisis, but do nothing to fundamentally change the system that got the people in crisis in the first place. We would argue that the Guiding Council is one such organization. As these folks said, it was created by the OPS, and the OPS are on it. When we saw that, we immediately suspected that with the OPS influence, the Guiding Council would recommend an alternative mental health response system that did three things. One, it would leave the door open to continue dangerous levels of police involvement. Two, it wouldn't involve taking any money from the police budget. And three, it would take a really long time to implement. And all three have come true. The Guiding Council's terms of reference says it aims for a system that will send cops, quote, when the crisis is linked to criminal activity, unquote. Well, that would include a situation like Abdi Rahman Abdi, who people called the cops on because he was allegedly touching women in a coffee shop. And would also include a situation like Greg Ritchie, the Indigenous man, who people called the cops on because they said they saw a man with a knife that turned out to be a ceremonial tomahawk. Abdi and Greg would end up just as dead under the system currently being proposed by the Guiding Council. The Guiding Council continues to support collective resistance for several other reasons. One, the OPS handpicked the original 5 Guiding Council members, but didn't consult at least one, the Ottawa Black Mental Health Coalition, before announcing they were part of the Guiding Council in January 2021. I know this because the Hub was a member of the Ottawa Black Mental Health Coalition at the time. 2, it's unclear how the current Guiding Council members were chosen, but it's telling that it doesn't include any of the groups that are the strongest critics of the Ottawa Police Service, like groups like the 613-81 Black Hub, Horizon Ottawa, the Coalition Against More Surveillance, the Criminalization and Punishment Education Project, the Ottawa Black Diaspora Coalition, the Asaloo Collective, and Justice for Abdi Rahman. 3, the Guiding Council's regular meetings aren't public and they don't share their meeting minutes. And 4, the meetings that are supposedly public, like the one they had yesterday to prepare for this committee meeting, well, we don't get invited to those. The result of that lack of representation and transparency are things like the Mental Health Response Pilot Project you're being asked to approve today that has several issues. 1, the report before you today doesn't even mention the report that the 613-819 Black Hub and Vivek Research published in June 2021, laying out a template for a non-police mental health crisis response system, very similar to what you'll be considering today, but with one big difference. Ours recommended the absolute minimum police involvement in the new system. 2, today's report has no explicit guarantee that the non-911 number won't be staffed by OPS members like our report did. 3, today's report says the OPS will be tasked with seeking permanent funding from other levels of government. Now that's like as if there was a security team in the mental health wing of a hospital that was killing people they were called to help. So the hospital administration finally said, all right, okay, the people we send you to help keep ending up dead. So we're going to give that job to a new temporary team. But don't worry, we're going to keep paying you anyway. And can you ask other levels of government for funding for a permanent program? Finally, the background section of the report being tabled today omits the fact that the OPS came forth with their alternative mental health response initiative in response to the public outcry after the police-involved deaths of people with mental health issues like Abdi Rahman Abdi, Greg Ritchie, and Anthony Oust. To ensure this or any alternative mental health response system is truly in line with the city's community safety and well-being plan, we ask you to work to ensure 3 things. 1, that the program has minimum police involvement. 2, that the police aren't tasked with finding permanent funding for the program. And 3, any future savings from police getting out of mental health response go to a non-police alternative mental health response system. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Does anyone have any questions? No. Seeing that there are no questions, thank you for being here. Next delegation is Caitlin Griggs, who I understand is online.
Hello.
Hi, Caitlin. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you for having me speak today. My name is Caitlin Griggs, and I'm a resident and assistant caretaker at a mixed-use property on Eccles Street in West Centertown. Knowing that you are exploring safer alternatives for responding to mental health and substance use crises, I'm here to speak about an existing crisis response model that is operating my neighborhood with very positive results. The Homelessness Crisis Outreach Team, or HCOW, was established by Somerset West Community Health Centre in 2020 as a follow-up to community safety meeting, which was hosted by local city councillors and attended by businesses, community groups, churches, and housed and unhoused residents. The key recommendation from that meeting was to establish an outreach team to provide crisis response and practical support to the growing number of individuals who are experiencing homelessness or who are precariously housed in our neighborhood. The team, which operates 7 days per week from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. every day, engages in proactive outreach and responds to calls from residential and business neighbors on a widely distributed community response phone line. Their work includes de-escalation, brief counseling, overdose prevention and response, transportation to emergency shelters, and also referral to housing, health, and social services on a longer-term basis, and distribution of items such as food, water, and harm reduction gear. There's very little that they don't do. In the last year, this team has provided crisis response more than 4,000 times. Through their timely and thorough response to incidents, this team has been able to build a solid foundation of trust within the community. This team has created opportunities for dialogue and education aimed at addressing myths and stigma and building community members' capacity to support individuals in crisis. In addition to the informal conversations that occur when responding to calls, the team has also organized more formal training on topics such as naloxone administration, and they've developed written resources to better equip the residential and business neighbors when they encounter someone who is in distress. Taken together, these efforts have contributed to building compassion for and increased capacity to support the unhoused individuals in our neighborhood. And I really can't overemphasize the value of the support provided to our local businesses and residents by HCOW, since their model of operation provides us with a resource which is always available to respond when needed during their hours of operation. Their in-the-moment assistance means that no one has to face a crisis situation alone, and that gives us added resilience as a community. Additionally, when a member of the community makes a call to HCOW, they effectively assist in creating that connection between the neighbors who are in need and the team of peers and trained professionals who make up the HCOW team, who can provide the specialized care required in the moment and also in follow-up. This reduces the potential for escalation of trauma and crisis situations when they occur, and it also promotes the community healing and community well-being overall, which we so need. As a local resident, I have made many calls to HCOW and on a regular basis. I personally witnessed their skillful interventions aimed at supporting and de-escalating individuals who are in crisis and at mitigating the impact of those incidents on the broader community. They model positive and effective interventions, and that's really helped me build my own comfort and capacity when faced with situations of that kind. 5 years ago, if I came across someone in distress, I really struggled to know what to do with that or who to call. But now, because of my involvement with HCOW, I know exactly what to do to assess a situation and who to call if I need help. And that really is a game changer. My community is absolutely safer and kinder because of the efforts of the individuals who work on the HCOW team. And it's certainly a resource that I would very much love to see implemented elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Caitlin. Does anyone have any questions? No, seeing none. Thank you very much for being here today. Okay, so now I'll open up the floor to questions to staff or to the members of the Guiding Council who are here. I see the first on the list is Councillor Troster.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, everybody. So for those who don't know, I represent Somerset Ward, which is one of the two downtown wards. And when I say that the mental health and addiction crises are at beyond crisis levels, I'm not overstating it. I held open office hours last week and I had a parade for 3 hours of community members just devastated about the impact of this crisis on our community, not knowing who to call, not knowing how to help. The poison drug supply and repeated overdoses and revivals is leading to quite a lot of erratic behavior from some of our neighbors who are struggling, which can be interpreted as frightening to some folks. And my concern is that if we don't launch this project as soon as possible, we will also undermine support for the project, because I'm also getting a lot of demand for more policing, for another police station on Somerset Street, for more carceral solutions to what we know is a mental health and addiction and homelessness crisis that needs to be addressed at the source. So my question is, I have a few questions. Number one, what work needs to be done between now and launch, and how can we accelerate that? And also, what can we as a committee or us as council provide to help make this go faster? Because I need to say straight up, Q4 2024 is completely unacceptable. My community is about to go off the rails on this. People want it yesterday. The next best thing is tomorrow. The next best thing is much sooner than Q4 2024.
Thank you for the question, Chair. So one clarification, the report is stating that we need a year to launch from now. And so a year from the council report would be July. So our target is really the beginning of July of 2023, not Q4 2024. In terms of activities that need to happen, there's the starting with just the call diversion number. So there's the procurement that would need to take place to identify who is best placed to host and that non-911 number. There is work to do with Ottawa Police Services as well as Ottawa paramedics and our public safety service team and the guiding council to identify appropriate calls for this team to respond to. We are able to leverage the work of other cities such as Toronto and I doing that, but we need to work with those partners to identify that, as well as looking at opportunities for call diversion within 911. Once an alternative call number is identified, that organization needs to establish a specialized team. Where we've seen success in other cities is that some of those call takers have some, mental health training or substance use training, and they've housed them as a specific team within their call center. So they then go through a specialized training to do so. And then from some of the other cities, that's been kind of about 5 weeks that allows both for training and then situational kind of analysis and running. The second piece is for the development of the community-based team. The identification of the geography needs to take place. We need to work with the guiding council to develop in partnership the criteria and finalize the criteria for the call for proposal. So while I talked about opportunities for what some of the jobs might look like, we would need to finalize that list as well as finalize expectations around what the follow-up and wraparound support would look like, and then develop the call for proposal for that to be executed. That would need to be sent out, allow agencies time to respond. Then select a successful vendor, again, going through the same process of once selected, hiring, training, and supporting the staff to do that. And then in addition to that, there's the logistics of buying the vans, the radios, public education, putting in place data collection, and as well as setting up the performance measurement and evaluation system.
Okay, thank you. So I guess now, Chair, my question is for you, Clara. Could other staff be reassigned? If this is a council priority and this is a priority of the mayor's office, which I know it is, if council or this committee said, we want this launched in 6 months, not a year, could other staff be assigned so that some of this work is happening concurrently? I'll just tell you, my frustration comes because of my passion for this project and because of how desperately it's needed. I actually don't even have the words to describe how much things have deteriorated in my ward, how many people are suffering. And the number one issue that people call me, email me, stop me on the street when on my bike is like, we need another number to call. When is that number going to be available? So whatever we can do to support, I'm just wondering, should the mayor's office and council say, this is a priority, we need this by January, or we need this by March. What could we do? Could we reassign staff? Could we reallocate the money sooner? How do we get this moving?
Thank you for that very important question, and through the chair. We all agree that this initiative launched as soon as possible is a priority. There are, as Sarah pointed out, several steps that must be followed in order for it to be then sustainable. And they have done very important due diligence in speaking, especially to Toronto, who have been in this game for a while. And their timeframe matches what we're proposing almost to a T. That said, I think around this table, there's tremendous commitment to speed up elements of what was described in terms of the steps. Could the procurement go faster? Could we sole source a 211? agent? Could we look at existing trained teams? Could we repurpose some of the community funding? There's all of these things are things that we can take back to see if we could accelerate the implementation by a few months. I would caution, though, that we don't want to rush because we want this to be sustainable. We also want to ensure that our partners in public health, Ontario Health, Solicitor General, do come to the table with financial solutions so that we can then expand it and continue. So we want to come out with a prototype that is solid, that gives us the data we need to then apply for more funding to be able to then expand this to more than one geographic zone in the city. In order to do that, we need to do the front end work. And this group and the Guiding Council, and I want to underscore the Guiding Council is 150 agencies. So there are people in this community that might not agree with the process or the timeline that's been followed, but to ensure that community voice is central and that people are centric in this strategy, the work was done to ensure that we had the right voices at the table. And so the work will be done to ensure that we have the right resources, the right approaches, and we will accelerate as quickly as possible. Our goal right now is 1st of July as the latest. So our commitment to you is to perhaps come with an update near the end of this year, beginning of next year. We could do that with an update, a memo update to say, here's how we've accelerated, or here's why we can't accelerate, or here are the barriers. And then we can ensure that you're kept informed. We know there's a crisis. We also want to underscore for council that the city and the community are committed to, and the police and the paramedics and the hospital sector are committed to this alternative response. There is some work to be done on the clinical side too, because we want to ensure that when there's an actual response and people are referred, that there's a place for them to go that can actually take them to help resolve their crisis. And so there's a significant amount of work also on the other side, on the clinical side, that needs to happen and be done. And that's going to take a bit of time, especially because the City of Ottawa does not provide mental health. The City of Ottawa does not provide addiction services. That is not our mandate. We don't provide clinical services. That is not our mandate. So we must rely on community organizations. We must rely on the hospital sector. We must rely on other organizations that are funded by other levels of government. So that coordination now on the implementation side is going to take a bit of time. It's going to happen in parallel to some of the other work that we're doing. So we are already funding community agencies to work and respond. You've heard from other other organizations providing outreach through Somerset West Community Health Center. We are, as well as the city staff, providing more outreach in the community. And so let us take that back and say, in the interim, can we actually have sort of a meeting to see what can be moved and repositioned? But I caution not to speed this up too much because I do want this to be sustainable.
Okay, thank you. I'm just really curious about how you envision the Guiding Council being involved in the operational aspects of this pilot. And the reason I caution is because the work you've done is unbelievable. I have nothing but respect. And I know that difficult, painful, sometimes long work that goes into finding consensus and getting broader community voices to the table. But when it comes to the operations, to having to be swift, having to be flexible and nimble, I'm just wondering what this governance structure, what you anticipate it looking like. Like once the city funds this, is this a city pilot? Or do you anticipate this being a pilot that is operationalized by the Guiding Council?
We're on the same page, I think. I would also start, thank you for that, through the chair. What the elements that we are talking about in terms of those concrete interventions are supported by the city, funded by the city. There will be city staff involved in the implementation. the governance and why you saw those infrastructure costs, I think we called them, program infrastructure costs, are to ensure that this continues to be a community-led initiative. And so our commitment is to the guiding council, that the guiding council will continue to provide a governance role. And within that, they will be able to leverage elements of the implementation. But I believe it's on the part of each of us who are service delivery agents to actually get in the community and do the work. And so our goal is to fund community organizations who are experts in this field to actually go and do the interventions. And with the guiding council supporting the governance, ensuring that this remains a community-led effort. How was that?
Well, okay, last question. Who will be at the table and how do you anticipate choosing the geographic area that will be chosen for the pilot?
So the current proposal as outlined in the report is for that decision to be with the guiding council membership. As I spoke about just the history of its evolution, it came out through the Police Services Board and then City Council, asking and directing the specific work to be led by the guiding council. And as Clara just spoke to, we've continued in that spirit. And so that would be the 11, well, over 11 networks represented by 20 some members of those who are all the service providers across the city for mental health and substance use.
Okay, I'm not going to pursue it today, but I do think it's important that either the chair or the vice chair of this committee be a member of the decision-making body that decides where this pilot occurs. Because at the end of the day, it's council and it's this committee that have ultimate responsibility for this project, for its success or failure. And I really do think that's important, but I'm not going to pursue it right now. Thank you.
With the chair's indulgence, I just want to add that it will be an evidence-based formula that will be used. And then the role of the guiding council is to overlay again that community conversation around this decision.
Yeah, when we're looking at the criteria, we're looking at like 4 Ps, people who are requiring support, the populations that are in most need. We're looking at place, where are the most crises happening geographically, and then also partners. Who are the partners in those areas that can support the delivery of an alternative service? And so we're because we want to have the best of all worlds if possible, and we want to be covering, the maximum area populations that are in need and meeting the greatest demand as possible for this initial phase to roll out. But we are looking at multiple factors when we're looking at criteria to determine an area where this pilot would be held. I also want to speak to, Ariel, to your sense of urgency. Everyone at the table feels that sense of urgency. For many of us, including myself, it's too late. This strategy is already too late. It's not going to save the person that I love. It's not going to save, people that we've already lost. So everyone at the table feels that sense of urgency, and we all recognize that we needed this done yesterday. But at the same time, as Clara mentioned, we can only move as fast as trust. We could have a new number tomorrow, but if we don't have the buy-in of the community, if we do not have the communications capability to educate the public and make them aware, not only of the number, but also around stigma and reducing stigma towards mental health and substance use, it doesn't matter how fast we move, no one's going to come with us. We need to be moving together on this. And I really want to thank the Sarah, Clara, Donna Gray when she was with us, Suzanne or Obiora. There have been so many members, community members from the city who have participated in this work. There have been so many community members who are not in positions of authority, who are just regular folks trying and struggling to navigate the current system that we have. And we need to make sure that all of those people are involved and that we're bringing everyone along with us. Speed is critical, but it's also not the only component that's required in order for this to be successful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor or Vice Chair Bradley.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to Clara and to Sarah for your work on this, and to Joan and the entire guiding council. A lot of research has gone into this to bring us to the strategy today, so I'm very grateful for that. There's a lot of people who've been involved in this for a long time and pushing for it, so I'm happy that we're here today. I want to echo some of my colleague, Councillor Troster's comment around the need for urgency and implementation. And I hear from you that you understand that well. So I hope that that Q4 2024 timeline can be advanced in any way possible. So those comments have been made. So I think I'll focus my questions today around the funding strategy here that we see in front of us. So one of the recommendations is to approve one-time funding or $2.465 million from the tax stabilization funding. I'm a little confused as to that being the funding source. Traditionally, we see that funding source being used, to advance something in a current year outside of a budget cycle, to backstop additional funds that we might need to respond to an emergency. It's usually one-time costs that are not ongoing. And when we're talking about a pilot project of this magnitude, and I think Sarah well articulated all the pieces that need to go into this to make it a success, establishing it with one-time precarious funding doesn't suggest to me that this is we're making the investment or we're putting our money where our mouth is. So can staff maybe comment on why this funding strategy for 2024, and then I'll focus on moving forward after that, is being used? Why are we using the tax stabilization fund for a funding request that's next year when we have a budget cycle where we could get it into the base and really, make the right investment, a sustainable investment for this pilot?
Thank you for the question, Chair. The reason for the funding strategy now is so that, as I described, we feel there's a significant amount of work to move forward to launch within a year timeframe. And so what we're looking for through this report is a confirmed funding source that we know we'll have as of January 1st, 2024. And that will allow us to work with our partners in supply as well as in finance to move forward with procurement, to move forward with procurement of, vehicles, contracts, et cetera, to be able to issue that funding as of July 1st. If we wait until the budget process, we're not able to expedite or move forward with those procurement issues or other contracting sources until later in the year, which would further delay the timeline.
Thank you for that. I guess in follow-up, I was reading it as this was a request for 2024. So are you going to be advancing these funds so that you can start that in 2023?
Currently, we have $550,000 to continue supporting the Secretariat and some of the other key activities we need to move forward in 2023, with the bulk of that funding of those contracts for the agencies. So for the call diversion for the community agency, starting in January 1st. And with our timeline of what we believe will take to align procurement for those agencies to start hiring, we feel January 1st is sufficient for that influx of funds to initiate the program.
So is the concern from staff that if this was just a traditional budget request in 2024, because we could approve that be recommended as part of the 2024 process today and then see that in budget documents as a request from staff, is it the concern that council won't support that?
Thanks for that, Chair. I think the reason for trying to ensure that we have funding approved by council is so we can move forward as quickly as possible. With approved funding through an approved funding source, then we can, as Sarah said, advance the procurement. We can see, as per the previous question, if we can advance that procurement faster, because the funding has been approved by council. It's there. If we wait, we won't be able to move forward as quickly because there is no, until budget is approved, we don't have the approved funding source.
Okay, and Chair, do you know if we have anyone from finance staff here today?
I don't believe we do, unless we have somebody online.
Okay, I'll bring that one to council, but I guess I just want to comment on the appropriateness of this funding source in terms of the parameters of what it's actually able to be used for, because this doesn't seem like one-time investment to me. This seems like continual. So I'll leave that one for council when perhaps finance can go on. So that's the 2024 funding strategy. And so, okay, I can maybe appreciate that that's a guarantee that you have that funding for 2024 and you could advance those things that you need to advance with some certainty. But for the previous years, the next years, future years, the funding strategy is to hope that we get some upper tier funding, which I would appreciate that we could get, or take that $2.1 million that we had allocated the previous council had allocated to 3 different priorities under the community safety wellbeing plan and use that to continue the pilot for the next 2 years. And what I read in the report is that that's currently funding 3 priorities, and that was a council motion. So are staff able to just reallocate those dollars to this? And what are we cutting? What is that money currently funding, and what are we going to cut if this is what we reallocate it towards?
Thank you for the question, Chair. So staff we don't have authority to reallocate that money. That's part of what the report is looking for, is for council approval of, if we do not find other funding, that you would approve us reallocating that $2.1 million to fund this phase 1 of the pilot, which is one of the 3 priorities that council initially approved. Currently, that funding is being used to fund 19 community agencies. So the motion and funding that came along with it was to identify agencies that had demonstrated success around social development to support building capacity in those areas. And so again, the other 2 priorities are around employment, skills development, and mentorship for racialized youth, and then mental well-being specifically for the Indigenous community, and as well as prevention around Indigenous women and girls.
So those sound like some pretty important initiatives. It feels like we're robbing Peter to pay Paul once again when it comes to social services, and that we're not putting a real ask forward and the real cost forward of what this pilot project, like this is an investment for our city, and one that I think that many of my colleagues feel is important. And I don't want to be, next year, if we can't secure upper tier funding and we're not prepared to make a budget request, I don't want to be cutting those programs and those initiatives that those organizations are working on so that we can continue this pilot. I don't want it to be one or the other. I want us to be able to adequately fund both. And so I think it's important that, if the rationale for this year for taking the tax stabilization fund is that so we have some certainty in that funding, I think that the funding strategy should be revised for future years to be a budget ask so that it's base funding, so that it's sustainable funding and not precarious funding that we know so many social service agencies struggle with, is that if they don't know where the money's coming from tomorrow, they can't make meaningful investments in the community. So I would, I'll think about this between now and council, but I think it's important that the funding strategy is reflective of the importance of this project to our city. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Councillor Hill.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for the report. Thank you for all the time and effort that went into this important project. I'm interested in the client experience, if you will. So I was hoping perhaps if staff could talk me through, a scenario whereby someone comes upon a serious mental health addictions related issue, and that person kind of goes into the black and they're not sure what to do. They get confused. They call 911. They're stressed out, and a response happens. Versus the person that goes into the exact same situation, understands that there's an alternate response, 211, they dial 211, and a response happens. Could you talk through what would the different outcomes be to those 2 scenarios?
Thank you so much, David, for that question. That's a very, very important question. So I'll attempt it from the community perspective and from the people that we spoke to during the consultations. One scenario, someone is in distress, either they themselves call 911 or someone else, a bystander or a family member calls 911. Usually when one makes that call, they are looking for ambulance and not necessarily the police. 99% of the time, because it's mental health flagged somewhere, the police attend. What we've come to understand from community members, especially Black racialized community members, there's the racism that is embedded in the response itself. So one, the response is not trauma informed. There's stigma, and there's also racism that comes. So sometimes that response end up causing harm to the person. However, the alternate that we are proposing, another scenario, someone calls even 911 because we are proposing a no wrong door approach. So if someone calls 911, 211, community line, crisis center, whichever way, they reach that service that we have established that is trauma-informed, and most importantly, staffed with peer supporters, peer experts, who have lived and living experiences and can offer that compassionate, trauma-informed care. So a team that has been formed with extensive training of the outcomes that we are looking for, that is anti-racist, trauma-informed, and also putting the person in crisis at the center. The response could be over the phone, or it could be in person where they actually go to the person. And it will be determined by the team what response is needed, whether they are transporting the person to a center or a hospital or somewhere to receive further treatment, or they have treated the person on site and left. However, there would be follow-up from that team through the peer support program that would go and be able to link the person to other resources for that kind of follow-up services.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So there is a possibility that this program going forward could be a 911. There's a possible outcome here where it's not a separate number, or is that an absolute that there will be a separate number?
Absolute, because that was what the people asked for. A lot of the people do not call 911 currently as we speak when they are in crisis.
Okay, and so I guess I have two follow-ups then. The first would be, is there an intention to try to develop a collaboration with 911 so that if they were to receive residual calls from people who were unaware of 211 or whatever the other program is, to triage them into that stream?
Absolutely, yes. So we are working, the Ottawa Police is part of the Ottawa Guidance Council. And so, the training that we would be having our team go through, the Ottawa Police, the paramedics, they will all come on board as such.
Thank you. And then my second follow-up would be, I think it's really important for us to take into consideration the communication and the promotion process to this. Certainly coming out of the garbage debates that we had, a big theme was that people just don't know about green bin organics and diversion for that. And so I think, to make sure that people know, what that number is and when to use it is going to be really important, because, in a crisis, people aren't thinking cerebrally. They just go into animal mode and, they're going to just call 911 is my stress. So if we build an awesome system, I would really want to make sure that people understand how to use it. So that's my points. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd really like to thank my colleagues who've really been addressing some of the questions that I had, whether it was around expediting this pilot, ensuring that we move as quickly as possible to implement it, to permanent funding, which I know is a challenge, one that I think personally is a legislative one, actually, around the Police Services Act and the change of responsibility, of shared responsibility of public safety between the municipality and the police service, and the fact that we're not seeing that funding coming from the province yet, and that we have to look at a specific mental health initiative that the province has. But in my estimation, the dollars should be flowing directly from the province into these types of projects throughout municipalities throughout Ontario. And I really also want to really thank, and this emanates from Councillor Hill's question, the fact that we are acknowledging that it is the time to assign responsibilities around mental wellness and crises that we see around mental wellness to other trained and equipped individuals rather than the police service. I mean, when we have health problems, we don't call the plumber, we call our doctors. So this makes tremendous sense. And I also really want to thank the work of the Guiding Council. I know it's been challenging. That's been challenging with community members, that it's challenging. I know all of us would acknowledge that it's challenging for us just to have discussions with the 20-some of us at council. I can't imagine discussions with 150 social service organizations and still, ensuring that we are coming up with some unanimity in terms of the approach, and unanimity that I think is excellent, to tell you the truth. A holistic view, one that's not just looking at crisis, but is looking at wellness and is looking at it in terms of a holistic scenario that acknowledges that just like how we physically can become ill and then get better, and that occurs physically all the time, that's also the case with mental wellness. And we don't really emphasize that fact. We build a lot of stigma around it. But the reality is that we all will experience challenges with mental wellness. And you're absolutely right. We are failing because we're only responding to it in crisis. And so maybe my first question, if there is a question, is I know there was discussion, when we were looking at the creation of the Anti-Racism Secretariat and an anti-racism strategy to focus on health outcomes. And the view was holistic, that there wasn't enough mental health support, especially for the Black and Indigenous community. None whatsoever. I'm just wondering, what's the thinking of interlinking more permanent health supports with crisis supports, as my first question.
So thank you for your question, Chair. That we are on the Guiding Council, there are other organizations like, for example, the Tier 1 hospitals are represented by Queensway Carleton Hospital. So not just the mental health, but the CEO is part of that. And we're talking to them about how do you make those connections to other health. So it's part of a systemic solution rather than just this Band-Aid, let's fix the crisis, but people are cycling back in and out of crisis. They told us that. So we need to make connections to other health organizations and to ensure that there's that support. And not only that, but it goes wider to the social determinants of health. So making sure that we're all working together beyond crisis response, it's really key.
I appreciate that answer because I know that when we were having those first discussions around the Anti-Racism Secretariat, nobody was talking about calling 911. Nobody. People were talking about how can I just go to my doctor to actually get these services.
Yeah.
And I think that that's really important to really highlight that this is a health issue. Yes, we're seeing crises that are emerging into emergency situations, but we want to treat it as a health crisis. And so I think that amazing work is being done there. So my last question, Chair, to staff is, we heard clearly from the Black community and other racialized communities, they don't want to dial 911. They'd rather an alternative like 988. And I know that in some of our previous conversations with staff, I asked about that. There's, I think, an emerging service around 988, and there have been discussions with the CRTC. And I know that motions were emerged in the last term about utilizing that 988 number as a potential service. So I just wanted to ask, what is the status in terms of analyzing using that specific number for the service?
Thank you for the question, Chair. So we have had multiple conversations with the CRTC. So for those who aren't aware, the federal government announced recently that they're launching a new Canada-wide mental health number, 988, which should be starting to roll out this fall. So the CRTC has contracted with Talk Suicide Canada as our local provider. They're locally based provider for Ottawa. That provider is based in Toronto, in the GTA. So we're in continuing conversations with them about what that rollout will look like and that number, as well to understand a feasibility there. From our initial conversations, they don't have the dispatch capacity that we're looking for from a 24/7 response, but they are really crisis care provider in the same way that someone now might be able to call, for example, the distress center or call Talk Suicide Canada directly. So we will continue conversations with them And to Councillor Hill's point and some of the discussion around the valuable outreach teams we already have in the community, part of the public engagement will be looking at opportunities to share that wealth of resources with residents, not just promoting this one new alternative.
Well, I appreciate the fact that we're exploring all possibilities. And once again, I really appreciate the work that the Guiding Council has undertaken. I know it's months and months. I know it's been a lot of work, a lot of collaboration with the community, with a view of providing a service that ensures that we really address the challenges that all of our residents are facing. So I really thank you for that work. And I will pass it back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor King. Conseillère Plante.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Sorry, I just pull up my questions. Okay. Again, I do want to reiterate the thanks that have been going around. I had to leave your presentation early yesterday. I do apologize for that. I had a meeting. I wanted to thank you all in person yesterday and couldn't, so I'm just going to do that right now. And I want to say this is the best dressed panel I have ever seen on in any committee, or it really is like, it's really wonderful to see. It's so bright and colorful. And anyway, I just had to point that out. For sure. I love it. Okay. So I just wanted, again, also similar to my previous questions, I just wanted to go to a couple quotes that were in the report and ask some questions. So on page 3, you said these priority areas are not only shared responsibility among all members of the community, but also require an integrated approach among partners to tackle the root causes and address collective goals. And I wanted to go back to that quote in the first video I said, where he, and I just wrote it down, he said, "We are only treating the emergency aspect of this phenomenon. If we continue this way, I don't see any hope." So can you talk about how this new strategy, assists with things like our housing strategy? How do we ensure that upstream root causes identified in your report will be integrated with other actions that we have going on for the housing crisis, the opioid crisis at City Hall? Well, across the city, I should say.
This is why it has to remain with the community, because we're living it. What you're talking about is so true. We if you think of mental health and wellness as a cliff and people falling off it, we're only triaging the people at the bottom of the cliff. What we're talking about is not just creating a safety net to catch people when they're falling. We're talking about building a wall at the top of the cliff to prevent people from going over it. And then we want to go even further and say, how do we lead people away from the wall and the edge of the cliff? And this is going to, again, we talk about the legacy and the journey. It really is. This is not something, despite our sense of urgency, that we can fix overnight. It has been decades of underfunding, decades of stigma and other challenges that people have been facing and that the system has been facing until it's at the point where we are now, where we are only dealing with people once they're in crisis and not necessarily to positive outcomes every time. And so, when we came together as a group, there was a real recognition right from the get-go that, for example, Ottawa Police cannot be leading this because that's not what the community wants. There was also a recognition that we wanted the city on board, but that the city also could not necessarily be leading this, in that the way that we wanted to operate was being community-focused, community-based solutions. And so as a group, we have recognized these limitations that each institution and organization has on its own, but by coming together and talking things through, we recognize that we can leverage our strengths. I say this all the time, money is not the only resource. It's not. If that were true, Black communities would not be here. Newcomer communities would not be here. Many, many, many communities would not be here if money was the only resource. People are your strongest resource. We need many people doing less work because this work is challenging and it requires emotional reserves that are not possible. You can't do it 24/7. And it's the same thing with our crisis response. We need many hands making this work as light as possible because it's not easy to do. And so I want to talk about the police, paramedics, even caregivers. There are so many folks in this process that could be involved in supporting individuals who are in crisis. And I include friends and neighbors in that. If people had a compassionate number that they could call when they see someone in distress, I think it would make all the difference in the world, right? But people don't have a number to call right now. And that's the first place where we're looking to start.
Right.
And then making sure that, for example, best practices, trauma-informed care, and that peer support component is embedded across the board, not just with the civilian teams, but also with police response and also with paramedics response. And police and paramedics have both been receptive to working with community groups and working with us in this model to ensure that when they have social workers, for example, answering the call, or when they have the mental health wellness response team taking those calls, that they're approaching it from the same place that we're approaching it from. And where is that? That's community focused. The person, the individual that you're dealing, focused on them, including caregivers in the support, wraparound supports. Many, many times it's not the individual who's in crisis who's calling 911, it's a caregiver. And after the first call that a caregiver has to make, often there will be a second, third, fourth, there will be other calls. Once you've made that first 911 call, the odds are you may have to call it again. But if we can intervene there and get caregivers on board and make sure that they understand the different approaches, the different numbers that they can call, and then ensure that folks, regardless of where they're calling, that those folks on the other end of the line are receiving the training and the information and the resources so that they can properly direct people away from the wall. It seems so simple, and yet it is. It's become a very complicated thing because of the chronic underfunding and because of the stigma, because of the criminalization. But if we can work together and move everyone, all of the component parts, we can create a bubble of support around these individuals and ensure that they're not getting to that point of crisis over and over and over again, because it's exhausting. People who experience crisis like this, it's not just one time, it's an ongoing challenge. And we need to be able to look at those social determinants of health, housing, food security, employment, all of those pieces that contribute to mental well-being and help people empower people to take care of themselves. And until we can do that, we need to work together to ensure that we can take care of those who can't, and that we're making sure that those who can are empowered to care for themselves, are empowered to navigate the system in a way where they can receive the support that they need in a timely and efficient fashion.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, because Sylvie Bigra, who's the head of the Lower Town Community Association, because as you know, we have 4 like sort of mega shelters in my ward. And one of the things, you know, because she's traveled a lot, she works for the Canadian Olympic Committee, and she always says if there were like smaller sort of supportive housing models throughout the city, you know, those they would get sort of the more community wraparound supports that they need. People would feel more invested in their care, because right now it's just so overwhelming for one community to have, you know, a lot of people experiencing a lot of different things all at one time, that they feel like they can't give the support they need to the organizations where they live. So that aligns really nicely. Thank you for confirming that. Also, you on page 8, you mentioned a social development intervention. Is this sort of what you mean? Like the idea that we can accomplish something with more sort of social, like people, more community involved in the care of the people who have setbacks?
Yes, I mean, if you look in the report, people who get called the most are friends and family. That's who people are calling in crisis. And yet they are the group that's not resourced and not trained and not equipped to deal with crisis at all. And yet that's who people are calling the most. And so when we look at this, you know, again, we're hoping to put ourselves out of work. At some point, I would love to say that we don't have people that we have to triage at the bottom of the cliff anymore. I would love to say that the funding and the efforts have started there, but then we're pushed back so that the funding, as we reduce, you know, and as we better handle crisis, and as we prevent people from cycling back into crisis, that we will be able to reduce the work that's going into that crisis component, and that it will be shored up in those wellness and community supports that prevent people from getting to that point of crisis in the first place.
Right. So also in the part about the collective impact approach, I mean, a lot of this was done before I was elected back in October, but I have to say, this is really cool, like the way you guys have reached out to the community, and it just seems like everything should kind of be done the way that you guys did it, how the outreach you did. I mean, I wasn't there, but it, you know, from what I read, it seems really cool. I just wanted to know too, what is the involvement of the Ottawa Hospital? And just to let you know that we received an email from them talking about how they have a mobile crisis team already. And I was just wondering if this is a complementary to that. Is it like different neighborhoods? I was just a little unsure and wanted some more information.
So we're in contact with that team, and we have started talking with them about possibilities of partnering on this initiative. They just had very initial talks about it. We don't want to duplicate work. We want to work together. And that was one of our recommendations, is better collaboration and coordination between groups that are doing crisis response.
Okay, thank you so much. And my last question is, do you, obviously this is a huge issue in my ward. And one of the things I was going to suggest is maybe as the implementation of this is coming forward and as we, this will be rolled out throughout the community, I would love to have you guys dressed just as you are right now, come to like a community association meeting, or we could do a special meeting in the community so you can go have a deeper dive into this with the community, because I believe community consultation is really important, and I would love for them to meet you and to hear about all the wonderful work you've done. So just an open invitation, and we can follow up in the future. Thank you. And we have Chef Rick's, so.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Councillor Carr.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. And just by way of full disclosure, I am a member of the Police Services Board, and I say that only because I wasn't sure if I was supposed to disclose at the beginning, but there is a recommendation that has to do with the board. So I'll just mention that. And also in light of that comment, I'll just mention that last night we reviewed the annual report of the police services as part of our agenda last night. And this is very timely because in that report, it clearly stated that mental health reports are up 54% to the Ottawa Police Services in the last 10 years. And calls for service of suspected overdoses increased 136% between 2017 and 2022. So that really speaks to work that not necessarily or should not be in many cases be undertaken by Ottawa Police Services, but in the absence of having resources 24/7, it has by default been exactly that. So my first question is, in light of this, our dependence on paramedics and police services because of the 24/7 model, you talked a lot, Michelle, you were just talking about, it's going to take a lot of work. Have you spoken to potential service providers for this initiative? And the reason I ask, because we've seen through the era of the pandemic, the increasing mental health supports, financial crisis, we've really seen it. People in the social services are really taxed out. They're exhausted. It's overwhelming. And so I'm very enthusiastic about this initiative and very excited by it. But I guess I worry, are the resources really there? And I wonder if you could speak a little bit to me about that.
So currently the resources are not there. So we spoke with community service providers, as well as you can see 150 organizations are at the table. We used the snowball approach that led us to many of the community services that exist in Ottawa. So, and we know that a number of initiatives exist, but they lack capacity. They are overwhelmed. They are doing so much with little. And so with this new proposal, we are hoping that we can collaborate with them, whatever they are already doing. How can we fund them? How can we equip them with more resources so they can scale up what they are doing? We are proposing a peer support model. A lot of service organizations are already offering that. How can we make sure that the peer model is very professional? They are trained, they are well taken care of, they are well paid, so they can join to offer the services that we are proposing.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think that's my fear, is that we're all so enthusiastic about it, but with those absence of resources, I am concerned. And when I looked at the pilot that was undertaken in Toronto by the Toronto Community Crisis Service, they talked about the success of that and how 80% of the 1,500 calls that were made there were essentially diverted. I wondered if there was any work that had been done. I know you're only projecting to pilot one particular neighborhood, unnamed neighborhood as of yet, in Ottawa, but is there any projection in the pilot period, how many calls that you would potentially be receiving?
Thank you for the question, Chair. We don't have that number at this point in time, but would be happy to provide that as we move forward with the analysis of the geographic location and the launch.
I don't really need that. Sorry about that. This is a pilot and ideally we'd like to see it rolled out more. And so obviously it's quite early to be thinking long-term when not even sure we'll have the resources. But ideally, is this something that you would see, if you're able to do that only happening through the call service, or would it be proactive work that is done as well? Because of course, with police model, there's always proactive work that's done as well as calls to the call center. So I just wondered if you could talk a little bit about that long-term vision. I know you've heard from all my colleagues today about the crisis that we actually see and hear on the streets every day. And even though I have a little bit more of a, I don't know if I'm suburban, I don't know what I am in Alta Vista. My son works as a supervisor part-time at a grocery store, and a good part of his job is helping people in crisis and overdoses in the washroom, and he doesn't like his job. I probably shouldn't say that because of that. He's not qualified to be delivering these services. So just wondered if you could speak a little bit about that.
Yeah, that's a really great question. And your son's experience is very common. I mean, that's, what we were talking earlier about family and friends being the people that most people will call during a crisis. So yes, it's not just about picking up a phone. It could be walking into a community crisis center. That's what we were talking about as one of the recommendations. Or a mobile crisis team. What they do in Toronto is they dispatch themselves. If they see something, they're out there. They're not just sitting somewhere waiting for a call. They're moving around the neighborhood and helping people as outreach workers. So it's not just the call, but it's all these different ways. The no wrong door approach really does apply for that in this case. So community centers, as well as 911, community health centers, outreach teams, and the mobile crisis teams when they're not busy moving around and looking.
Thank you for that. And I'll finish there. I'll just say thank you very much for all your work. I mean, I know we want to expedite this, and I just think overall we really need to better support our social services to provide those supports to so many who are in desperate need. And thank you all so much for your work and your color.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. With 988, I actually kind of want to build on Councillor King's questions. With 988 being launched, I believe by this 30th of November or somewhere around there, do you foresee any sort of concerns with that operating concurrently with what we aim to introduce? Because if somebody's in crisis, they might not take the time to think of what our number might be. And 988 doesn't have that dispatch capability to send that multidisciplinary community-based team that we might.
Thank you for the question. Michelle, I feel like you want to say something.
You can always tell. So yeah, just around the 988 number, again, I think we look at that as a distress intervention, not a crisis intervention, similar to the distress center here in Ottawa, which provides similar, crisis and distress intervention services over the phone and via text. The work that we're talking about is sort of after that point, when the people we're talking about are not in a mental headspace to call the distress center. That's why they're calling 911. And so, we look at the distress center and some of these, remote interventions for example, suicide talk and whatnot as components of this overall sort of safety net to catch folks, but not necessarily the number that folks are going to be calling in that crisis. I think we look at that as more of a service that would be provided when folks are still in distress, but not at the point of crisis.
Okay, thanks for that. A slight follow-up, I guess. I'm not sure how 988 is going to be set up, if it's going to be local call centers or if it's a centralized location or something, but would they know, or do you intend to inform them that, we have this in Ottawa?
Thank you for the question, Chair. So yes, we are working to speak with them and understand what their call flow and call information will be like. As I mentioned before, our understanding is that while it's a national number, there are local-based providers that CRTC is contracted with. Ottawa's local-based provider is based in Toronto. And so we have a contact there who we're in communication with to understand, what that would look like and how we can inform them of this service and stay connected with the rollout.
Cool. Great. Thank you.
Councillor Lowe, are you finished? Okay, thank you. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all of you and the hard work. It was great to be at the presentation yesterday as well. Really appreciated it. In terms of the funding, I just have to say, I think it's very modest. When I look at the amounts you're talking about, and I see what else we do around here, I mean, I don't want to compare, but it sounds to me very modest, and I hope to heaven we can keep that going because it's for the bang for the buck is pretty good. My concern is protection for those groups and the funding protection because we are leaning on groups outside of our because as you said, we're not mental health experts and there's so much expertise out there. Can we have some kind of it's a bit early to say guarantee, but some protection for these groups because they need that funding. Obviously, they're going to be doing work for us, and that's really important. Okay. Do you want to make any comments?
Sorry, was that a question?
Yeah, yeah. Is there some kind of guarantee that the groups that are helping us out will be protected because their funding is helping us in the long term?
Thank you for the question through the chair. I think that's an excellent point, and I think that's one that we could take back as a group and ensure that in the model, I think there's space there when we think about training that we also think about aftercare for the actual providers. We'll take that off.
Thank you very much. Myself and Councillor Troster went listened to the presentation of the workshop at FCM from Toronto. And well, it kind of got me excited actually of what's going on there. And I just wanted to comment that we were very impressed. I shouldn't speak for, but it gave us a lot of hope. And so the fact that we're coming back and hearing about our own project is great. I believe their budget was about 10 million or 11 million, rough 12 million. Yeah. So and I'm hoping we'll get up there as well. That's great. One of my questions is regards to stigma, because substance use is a problem. And one of the reasons they don't call 911 is the stigma, because it's a criminal offense and they're terrified. And what kind of protection will they have if I mean, because that's a concern that people may not call, and that's what I understand is a big factor.
Thank you for the question, Chair. With this alternate number, there would be no connection to 911 or police. And so that is part of the desired response, that it's community-based. And the only connection to the current 911 system and police that we're looking to make would be from 911 to this alternate number and to the community-based team. So the goal would be that through public education and some of the community support that the members of the Guiding Council had been talking about in terms of seeing themselves and seeing their recommendations in this would be trust of that disconnect between police and the response.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, to echo what Sarah's saying, the trust is really critical. There's also, steps that we want to take to make sure that folks are being protected regardless of who they call. But this is where you see in the strategy, it's really that focus on trauma-informed care. looking at culturally appropriate and adapted services, follow-up services and peer support. But there is a huge public education component that we need to embark on because of, as you say, the stigma that is attached and associated with this. This is particularly, when we think about racialized Black, Indigenous folks, when we talk about folks who are living on the streets and are unhoused, there is so much stigma just within ourselves as a community that we need to unpack and address in order to really make systemic transformation. And that is, again, when the Guiding Council has been meeting and talking about the components, this advocacy and education component in the community is a huge piece of the work that we see going forward, because there's also work to be done, not only in the institutions where racism exists, but also in our communities where racism exists, where, inequities exist. So the education component around destigmatizing the language, destigmatizing the approach that's used when we talk about and when we're talking and dealing with situations is a critical part of the work moving forward as well, in order to make sure and to build the trust in the communities that have historically been harmed in the past. And as Sarah mentioned, that trust and knowing that that alternative line is a separate alternative is critical in maintaining that trust with the community, because that's what they asked for.
Thank you. I recently attended a father and son who did a walk across Ottawa in memory of their son brother who committed suicide. And it was related to drug overdoses and hiding that fact. And so I can't help but think if we had these resources that they could feel confident and not feel that they were being found out for doing something criminal, because addiction is a pretty serious matter. And hopefully the federal government changes laws on that. Anyway, I wanted to thank you again.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Troster.
Thank you to all of you again for your expertise, your dedication, bringing the fashion. And I know it's been a very long day for all of us. I just have one last question, and then I have a direction to staff, which I think will be taken as friendly. I can't help but wonder about the fact that a lot of this vision that you are promoting is also predicated on the fact that we have a functional provincial mental health system, which we know we don't right now, right? So what concerns me is what piece of this can we carve out and still realistically make a difference in folks' lives and in transforming our crisis response and diverting calls that shouldn't go to police, understanding that the whole safety net is not there, and nor is it municipal jurisdiction, nor will we create it in the next year. And in asking that, it's also because I'm trying to figure out the piece that we carve out that is ultimately a city pilot project about diverting calls to police and offering alternative mental health response. Because I fear that a lot of what we would all like to see is not there, and we can only do the next best thing. So I'm just interested in your feedback on that, on, understanding the failures that exist and assuming that we can't fix them. How might this still work? How might this still be helpful? I know it's a really big question, right? But, this idea of wraparound supports, and then people would get, have a therapist and they would have a home family. Most people don't have a family doctor. Most people can't access
100,000 people.
mental health resources. Most psychology costs money that people don't have.
I know. So you'll notice the Guiding Council recommendations, the initial ones are very focused on community. Like the investments are going back into community, social services, community-based services, peer support, expanding our outreach teams, creating the multidisciplinary team, because we know that. We know the systems are pretty broken, and it's why we're happy to have those broken systems sitting at the table with us. Because what we're also seeing is that they're not well either, because they're functioning in a system that doesn't support them. So it is systems change and systems transformation. And so I think that's where we said, well, where do we start? We can start where we are, which is we're community-based organizations, and that's where we're going to start. And because we know we can, like, I know Sahada did say that we're really tired and we don't have resources, But as a facilitator, watching this magnificent group show up every 2 weeks when they are really tired for a year and a half, like we have amazing thought leaders who are prepared to put the time in to make this happen. And now they've created 5 working groups to make the next step happen. So I think it's about us investing in our community like you are, like really.
So I deeply appreciate your work. I'll tell you where I'm struggling and I'll be completely honest and where I will be putting some thought along with the mayor's office and other members of this committee between now and when this proposal goes to council is how the governing structure for this pilot needs to work to expedite the work as quickly as possible, but also maintain its roots in community to maintain the guiding council and its consultative role, which is really, really important. It's just at what point when we move from visioning to action, to procurement, to these things where we need to be nimble and might just need to be city staff responsibility. How do we figure out that in a way so that the conversations about community are happening, but the logistics don't get bogged down in process? And I say this as someone who comes from the community movement before being elected. So I'm well aware how that can happen.
Sorry, I was gonna say that's not been our experience. In fact, we've seen it the other way, which is your city procurement stuff is burdensome.
Yeah.
And so actually even creating the secretariat, we had to pull it away from the city to actually expedite stuff. So I was whispering to Clara because I think there are some really creative ways, and I think it would be a failure if we don't facilitate like building something from a governance perspective and then also continuing it on into an operational perspective, because I think that's when we lose our ground. We lose our ground as, we're partners. It's not we're not moving to another tier. We're actually staying in partnership in new ways. It's very messy, but it can be super fast too.
Okay.
Yeah,
well, let's have a conversation offline between now and council, because I'd really just like to understand more how that's working.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, Eric, if you could bring up the second direction, option 2. Because I understand that my original direction to launch this project much earlier. So it's just that staff be directed to expedite and prioritize the launch of the alternative response pilot and report back to the September community services meeting with a firm work plan, including a scheduled updates to committee and any required financial requirements in order to launch as soon as operationally feasible. So I'm not placing a date on that, but I would really love by September for us to also know as council what additional resources you need and how we can get them to you quickly.
If I can ask Clara.
With a point of clarification, if I may. With regard to reporting back, we would be pleased to do that in memo form to expedite the process, as long as there's no requirement to bring a full report by September. Okay, we can get that to you quite quickly, actually, I believe.
That's great. And also, again, I just want to say, if there are things that you need politically, if you need things for us to move, for me to move, for council to move, please do be in touch, because we want to be a resource for you and with you and not in opposition to what you're doing. We just really want it badly. Thank you.
And if I may, at the chair, if I may jump in, I want to just clarify that this is not a pilot. This is a systems change. This is a prototype. So what you are approving is a new way of working. And that's what we hope will be the conversation at council on the 12th of July. The experience that we've had as city staff, and I can speak from our side in community and social services, I myself have spent the 22 years that I've worked here doing this very work, working in partnership with the community, ensuring that we have a community voice that leads the decisions that we make, because ultimately we are all civil servants making decisions on behalf of people who live with them in this community. And so we keep that principle always at the forefront. I believe that with procurement, and with your approval of this strategy or this way forward, we can look at creative and more innovative procurement using the tools that we have to make things happen quicker, as an example.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you, Clara, for that. And that direction has been taken. I really want to thank you I mean, it's been a great day. We've gotten a chance to thank a lot today. That doesn't happen often at all committees and all council meetings, but there's been such an enormous amount of work that is done that has led to this. And to my colleagues' comments, this has been a long time coming. It's been long awaited. It's much needed. It does need sober second thought to make sure that it is the right project. But to what Clara said, this is not a pilot. We're not testing it out. We're not going to try it. This is a systemic change. This has the ability to impact for the better how we respond to mental health and substance calls. It means it frees police to do what they're supposed to do. It means that we have the right people in the right place with the right abilities to help those who need it the most in their greatest time of need. And I wanted to thank these amazing ladies here who are here today and all the work and all the agencies you represented, 150 community agencies, city staff again, because I don't, there comes a point where you wonder, are we ever going to get to this point? And we're here. And I do agree. I would love to see this accelerated. It has to be at the appropriate time and with the right resources and the right funding. So I look forward to seeing that memo and then once again, getting this launched. So thank you so much for that. And, I kind of jumped the gun here, but I'm going to ask my colleagues, is this report recommendations carried?
Carried.
It's a resounding carried. Yes, thank you so much. If every meeting could be just like this one. It would be a lot more colorful, yes. I will continue to move along. So we have item 6.3. We did hold that. That is the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan Progress Update. There are no motions. There's no presentation. It is fairly straightforward in terms of the recommendations, but Councillor King has a direction.
Thank you, Chair. My direction is with regards to considering economic development approaches for the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. In regard to the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan's proposed poverty reduction strategy, staff be directed to explore the incorporation of a community wealth building approach in regards to economic development considerations. Community wealth building has been defined as a system changing approach to community economic development that works to produce equity and economic prosperity through enhanced community participation and social inclusion. I'm just really introducing this because we heard very clearly with discussions with Black, racialized, and Indigenous communities in different forms, including business forms, but also through anti-racism secretariat deliberations, the need to ensure that there are new models to really help with job creation, economic development, and growth in specific high priority communities. And so I think that this reflects one of the new emerging approaches that is actually becoming well known. And with discussions with staff, I believe that staff was receptive to this.
I fully support this.
Yes,
Absolutely.
we
I think
accept
this-
the direction.
Yeah, good, great. I jumped ahead of you there, but this is phenomenal. And thank you very much for this direction. I think it works. It works to build on what has been accomplished in past committee meetings, council meetings, and thank you very much for this direction. So the report recommendations, are these recommendations carried? Carried? Okay, wonderful. Number 7, we don't have any in-camera items. Number 8, we have the information previously distributed. That's the Vanier area day programming like service plans. Councillor, did you wish to turn that into a notice of motion, I understand?
I just want to know if we could defer this to the next CS meeting. It's also my fault. I didn't have time to really consult with the community on the recommendations on this. We had 2 community association meetings which were canceled. Not my fault or anyone's fault, but I was just wondering if we can defer this to the next council meeting. I've never done this before, so that's why I'm asking if it's possible.
So I'll ask the clerk, who I'm looking at right here, just to determine what's the best process to have this come back onto the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So if the member had been seeking to lift the item for discussion today, that would require 2/3 of members present and voting. However, as the member has indicated, they would like to lift this for discussion at the next meeting. That can be done without a vote. So similar to a notice of motion, with the exception that it's just for information. So it would be subject to discussion at the next meeting.
Does that work for you?
That's perfect. Thank you so much.
Perfect. So we will do that. We don't have any notices of motion unless somebody has something.
No, okay, it looks like we're up to date on that. We don't have any inquiries at the moment or any other business. The only outlasting thing we have is adjournment. And our next meeting is Tuesday, September 26th, 2023. Are we adjourned? Adjourned. Have a good evening, everyone.